Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this afternoon's live commentary coverage of the Dollar Tree 301 from New Hampshire Motor Speedway. We aren't that far away from the drop of the green flag for today's race, assuming that the dampening of rain holds off just a little bit more. Rain has been in the area over the last several hours, rolled in just after 11 a.m. Eastern. Might have a slight delay to the start of today's race. They'll have to dry pit road just a little bit when we get things started, but it looks like we will get things started not too late as wet weather tires are on the race cars already as they sit on pit road awaiting the drop of the green flag for today's action. We have more rain that is supposed to be coming later in the afternoon into the evening hours at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, so we'll see if we can get all of the race in today. Of course, this track does not have lights, so not going to be like an Atlanta situation where if it does go into a rain delay, then NASCAR is going to wait it out 4 or 5 hours to get the race re-going again because we just don't have that kind of time in the day. They do have to get to at least halfway, which is 151 completed laps to make today's race official. So with starting on the wet weather tires, very high probability we can at least get half of the race in and make the race official on this Sunday afternoon. Coming into today's race, only 2 races to go in the NASCAR Cup Series regular season. We'll flash the points on screen, and you can follow along at the top of the screen as well what the points look like. I'm going to update that at the end of all the stages for today's race, just to kind of give you exactly where everybody is sitting in points, entering stage 2, stage 3, and whatnot. 7 drivers locked into the chase: Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe, Chase Elliott, and Christopher Bell. Kyle Larson is 8th in points, highest in the standings, and still without a win this season. Joey Logano, with 2 wins in the last 4 races, is up to 9th in points, was 20th in the standings just 6 races ago. Chris Buescher sits 10th in points. Carson Hocevar has dropped from 5th to 11th in the standings in the last 2 weeks. He is now just trying to make himself not fall back too far in the seeding in these last couple of weeks. William Byron sits 12th in points. Daniel Suarez for Spire Motorsports has also been slipping a bit as of late. He's now 13th in the standings. Bubba Wallace 14th. Austin Cindric with a top 3 run at Richmond last week jumps up to 15th in points. And Shane Van Gisbergen 50 points above the cut line. Final driver in entering today. Ryan Preece, the first driver out, will be 50 points to the negative. And then Ross Chastain trying to chase his Trackhouse teammate, trailing this week by 57 points entering the weekend. Sorry, did my math wrong there at the top of my head there. 62 points entering the weekend. Brad Keselowski, Eric Jones, more than a full race out, but mathematically still have a possibility entering today, 19th and 20th in points. But they're going to have masterful jobs done these next 2 weeks and need a little bit of help along the way. Starting lineup for today's Dollar Tree 301 will look like this, with Tyler Reddick on the pole looking for his first career New Hampshire victory, starting on pole for the first time in his career at this track. Josh Berry, a runner-up last year, in a 3rd place finish in his debut at New Hampshire in the Cup Series, trying to go for another top 3 or maybe even a spot better this year and get that race win at his best statistical track on the schedule. William Byron and 3-time New Hampshire winner Denny Hamlin will make up road number 2. Road 3, Shane Van Gisbergen starting up in the top 5. And Christopher Bell, a 2-time New Hampshire winner, both in the last 4 races here. Ty Gibbs will be starting on the inside of row 4 alongside last year's winner Ryan Blaney, who led over 100 laps in that race. Row 5 will be Kyle Larson and Alex Bowman coming off top 10s a week ago. Eric Jones, Ross Chastain in row 6. Row 7, the front row motorsport Fords of Todd Gillen and Zane Smith. Michael McDowell with Chris Buescher in row 8. Row 9, Chase Briscoe and Ryan Preece. And then rounding out the top half of the field in row 10, Noah Gragson and rookie Connor Zilic. Joey Logano, winner from a week ago, and Carson Hocevar will be in row number 11. Row 12 for Bubba Wallace, who had a top 3 a couple years ago here, and AJ Allmendinger. Brad Keselowski has had a couple rough finishes as of late, but he is a multi-time New Hampshire winner alongside Austin Cindric in row 13. Row 14 for Riley Herbst and Austin Hill. Row 15 is going to be Chase Elliott starting deep in the field with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. John Nemechek in the special 40 car this weekend, celebrating Dollar Tree's 40th anniversary as they are the title sponsor of today's race, alongside Cole Custer in row 16. Row 17 will be the Dillon brothers, Ty and Austin. Row 18 rounding out the field, Daniel Suarez, who struggled in qualifying, and Cody Ware bringing up the rear of the field. That is your starting lineup. Our stage splits today: short 70-lap stint in stage number 1. Stage 2 will be 115 laps, with the final stage being 116 to take us to the finish of a 301-mile, 301-lap race around the 1-mile flat oval that is the Magic Mile at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. We've got a lobster on the line for the race winner of this one. We got some chase seeding to try to settle over these last couple of weeks in the regular season. We're definitely going to see a lot of drivers more than likely locking themselves up into the chase by the conclusion of this afternoon's race. And we're only 6 days away already from the regular season finale, which will be a Saturday night in Daytona next weekend. As far as the regular season championship standings go, you can see that on our big screen as well. 115-point lead for Denny Hamlin over Ryan Blaney. For Denny Hamlin to clinch the regular season championship this week, he would have to be at least 75 points, 76 points or more above second place. So for Ryan Blaney to mathematically have a shot going into Daytona, he would have to get with a 40-point gain on Denny Hamlin in today's race to keep the regular season title hopes alive. So we'll see how that goes throughout the course of today's race, obviously, as well. And can't wait to get this thing started. Blaney, of course, the defending winner of this one, and we will see. Might be a downpour. We'll see. If it is going to be a downpour, NASCAR would have to delay, but we're starting the race on the wet weather tires, so we'll see how that's going to go. It's definitely going to be a very interesting start to this thing here in about another 15 minutes or so. Wade, Terry Lewis, Bam Hall, Michael Montgomery, Marcus Villarreal, and others, welcome to the stream. You're the first in the chat. Appreciate you all waiting, watching in. A little bit of a delayed start to today's stream. Was kind of holding out on the weather pattern. I wanted to wait for the broadcast to come on just to see if there was any kind of a real delay to this one, just a slight delay. As we get things started, they'll probably run a few extra pace laps. 25 votes have been casted for who you think is going to win today's race in our chat poll. 36% of you taking somebody other than the three options of Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, and Christopher Bell. With Blaney at 32% of the votes, 20% taking Denny Hamlin, and only 12% with Christopher Bell. I will state that Christopher Bell is my pick for the race win here today. He has been red hot as of late, and I know he hasn't gotten the win, but he's been the most consistent driver over the course of the last 2 months, and he has finished runner-up 7 times this year. I think he gets it done. This is his best racetrack across all 3 of the top 3 series. He had a fast truck yesterday before getting involved in a crash late. Ran top 5 for most of the day despite starting mid-pack. He does start up in the top 10 here, and we've seen the winner of the next-gen New Hampshire races start in the top 3 rows. Nobody started outside of row number 3 and has won here. Bell starts in row 3 today. Some other favorites, William Byron looked very good in practice, qualified up towards the front. He could be kind of that dark horse considering he hasn't won yet this year. A big dark horse, Josh Berry, who only has 1 career Cup Series win, does roll off second. And I mentioned already in the driver lineup for this one that he has not finished worse than 3rd in his 2 prior starts here. So he could be a dark horse. Denny Hamlin, who has 4 wins on the season, starting up in the top couple rows. Tyler Reddick on pole, has not won since early in the season, but does have 5 victories. And even Ryan Blaney, I know he's outside the top 3 rows, but he does start in row number 4, and he did win this race last season. Joey Logano, who I would have pegged as one of the favorites to win the race coming into the weekend, did not qualify well. He will be starting in 21st. I think that's going to hurt him for a little bit. He's going to be one to watch in this first stage. If he can move through the field and get up into the top 10 quickly by the end of this short 70-lap first stage, I think he's very much going to be one of the favorites going forward. We'll just have to see how his fire-off speed is. And with the wet weather tires, this track is going to be going through a ton of changes over the next hour plus. And if we see more drizzling rain and it just does not get dry, maybe everything that we saw yesterday morning in practice could be out the window and we could have a completely different kind of race than what the teams expected coming into the day and coming into the weekend. Going to be an interesting watch, to say the least. And I'm ready for it. Hopefully you are too. AJF, thanks for tuning in also. Supposed to stop raining in 45 minutes. We'll see. We'll see. Cars are on the track, though, regardless right now, so we will be going green here soon. Again, probably going to try to dry pit road just a little bit. Since all the cars were there, they weren't able to get the jet dryers down there. Of course, a dangerous area of the track for it to be super damp, so don't want anybody sliding into their box. We have people not in cars going to work when they have to. It will be a good one. Probably a lot of slipping and sliding for completely different reasons today. Usually a hot, slick racetrack when you get into these summer months, but today with it being damp, it might cause a little bit of slipping and sliding. We did see one race in the next gen era with wet weather tires at New Hampshire, and they actually had it towards the closing portion of the race here 2 years ago. Christopher Bell won that race back in 2024. This year, we're just going to be starting the race on the wet weather tires, and then we'll see as we get closer to the finish if that second storm will get there before the finish or not. Again, to make the race official today, we do have to get 151 of 301 laps in, which honestly, with moving the start time up an hour, I do think we should be able to get there. Especially because it looks like that later storm isn't going to hit until later in the afternoon. At least supposedly by the hour-by-hour forecast today than what it looked like yesterday when they initially moved the start time up. Actually, I think they moved the start time up late Friday evening, but got a little bit of a morning shower in there that we weren't expected to see, but still going to get things started here today, and it's going to be an interesting watch. So we've covered everything we need to here. Going to be interesting to see how the race goes. For some late breaking updates, here is the USA Network booth. Of course, Lee Diffie, Steve Letarte, Jeff Burton will be on the call today.
Row 14, Riley Hurst, Austin Hill. Row 15,
Dean Tate, thanks for tuning in.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
And we go back to row 16. Oh, and around goes Carson Hocevar. That gives you a little insight into the conditions right now.
Yeah, I wonder if he was just trying to test the grip limits. Obviously, he found them.
He sure did.
That's what happened. Yeah. It's way up high, but I've seen several drivers up there and just trying to throttle up and understand how much grip he had, and around he goes.
He was in front of the second pace car.
Hesitation to drop the green flag right now.
This rain setup, this rain setup currently at the road courses, you're going to see windshield wipers, running lights, mud flaps that control the spray. But here at the ovals, really the only change to the car is a defrogger on the inside and the wet weather tires. They can make chassis adjustments, but the idea is that these cars were not expected to run in falling rain, and that's the current situation. You see the windshield wipers on the Toyota Camry pace car. So we have yet to hear from NASCAR exactly how long we're going to ride around. I really think we're having a little bit of too much falling rain, so I think they're going to bring the drivers back down pit road. Now, look, don't let this concern you. The weather actually doesn't look awful. This rain, I think, is moving out. Maybe one lap with the equipment to kind of blow the... So you see, right, we're right here, right? We only got, what, maybe another, whatever that is right there, like another 10, 15 miles of rain. And this will be out of here, and then one little trip around with the drying equipment just to blow the standing water off, and they absolutely will drop the green on wet track.
By the way, when we came on the air, we were on the other side of that stuff.
Yeah.
So it's moved through pretty quickly. There's some radio transmissions that we can eavesdrop on. Let's start with the 21 Wood Brothers Ford of Josh Berry.
Well, I guess going on oval and active rain to be exciting.
Different attitudes. Kyle Larson's like, let's just go. And I think what's difficult is Stevie did a great job of explaining, the idea with these tires was to be able to get on track sooner, not necessarily with falling rain. And it's actually raining pretty hard right now. So I think everybody was a little surprised that NASCAR was going to drop the green flag with a falling rain. And I do think they sent the drivers out there to give some impact, give some input into what the track conditions are. NASCAR listened to that. Then we saw Hocevar spin out off of turn 4. All those things collectively, they said, hey, now's not the time. It's not going to rain for long. Let's sit this out for just a minute. And they're all in their they're not getting out of the cars. Tires are already on the cars. They can get going back really quickly once the rain either stops or slows.
And that cell is moving through to the east pretty abruptly. So this won't last for very long. We're going to take a quick break and come back to Loud.
Oh, there you go. It looks like they're going to get the jet dryers out there for a quick lap or two just to drive the track a little bit more. Drivers told to stay in their cars, so brief holding period for the time being. We didn't get a chance because of the later start to the drop of the green flag to do the NASCAR trivia, so I guess we'll we'll pop that in right now so we don't miss that this week because we usually do that for the NASCAR Cup Series live commentary streams. And let's do this. Yesterday we did stage winners, and that was kind of a fun quiz. And I wanted to revisit the all-time wins list before the end of the season. Any driver who has ever won a NASCAR race, and we'll do Cup Series for this week. And there are 209 drivers who have ever won a NASCAR Cup race. And I'll keep the broadcast up on my phone so that way, if we're still in the middle of this quiz and the jet dryers are pulling off the racetrack to get going again, we can obviously just pause this and maybe revisit later in the stream. But yeah, we'll do this. It gives us a championship if they've won any, and then the amount of wins that they have had in their careers. And I think this is up to date. So even the couple drivers who have got their first career wins this year, like a Corey Heim, Carson Hocevar, Ty Gibbs, they'll be on the list. Last updated July 31st. So yeah, this is up to date because there has not been another new winner since. So we'll start off. Number 1, Richard Petty. We're going to get Lee and Kyle Petty on there as well. Number 2, all time, David Pearson. Number 3 is Jeff Gordon. We know that Allison is up there, number 4. Darrell Waltrip is at 84. Jimmy Johnson's at 83. We got Bobby Johns, I think that came up there before I finished Johnson. And the Junior Johnson 50 all-time wins as well. Kelly Yarborough is up there, 83. Earnhardt at 76. Denny Hamlin at 64. Kyle Busch, and then Kurt Busch up there with 34, 63 for Kyle Busch. Kevin Harvick has 60 all-time wins. 55, I think, is Rusty Wallace. 50. Herb Thomas has a lot. He's got 48. I know Stewart's got 49. Mark Martin have 50? He's got 40. Who's that other 50? Trying. I don't know. I mean, Marvin Panch is on the list. He's got a lot. Roberts, try Flock. Flock's got 40. Throw a Curtis Turner up there. Leroy Yarborough. Jarrett. Ned Jarrett's got 50. That's who it was. And then Dale Jarrett popping up on the list as well. Kenseth, Edwards, Logano. Keselowski's got a lot. Larson's up there on the list above 30. Bill Elliott. We'll get Chase Elliott in there as well. There's another 46. Speedy Thompson, remember, has over 20. Uh, 46. Joe Weatherly. That wasn't him. William Byron, Red Byron, Bill Rexford, Benny Parsons. That's who that. No, that wasn't Parsons. Well, he's got a lot. 37. Would have had Earnhardt Jr. with Earnhardt already. Casey Kane, Greg Biffle, Ryan Newman, Tim Richmond, Sterling Marlin. Now I'm just going all over the map. Jamie McMurray, Toya Ambrose, Allmendinger, Busher, Gibbs, Hosevar, Heim, Reddick. Would have got Wallace on there already. Christopher Bell, Chase Briscoe, AJ Allmendinger. All right, put him. Did I put AJ on here already? I did. My bad. Daniel Suarez, Paul Menard, Casey Mears, Johnny Benson, Steve Park, Harry Gant's got quite a few wins. Ernie Irvin, Kenny Schrader, Morgan Shepard, Garrett Cope, Bobby Hamilton, Joe Nemechek, Ricky Craven, John Andretti, Mario Andretti. We got AJ Foyt on here. Regan Smith, Jack Smith, Alex Bowman, I did not put yet. Ryan Blaney, I did not put yet. Austin Cindric. Mark Truex Jr. Eric Almirola. Clint Boyer. Stenhouse. Michael McDowell. David Rudiman. Jeremy Mayfield. Jerry Nadeau. I don't think Robert Presley's ever won a cup race. Yeah, no Presley. Jimmy Spencer. I got him. The Labonte brothers. The Burtons. Let's see here. Gregson hasn't won yet. Cup. Justin Haley. Dillon. Austin Dillon. Have I gotten everybody that is still an active driver? Van Gisbergen. Did not get SVG yet. Hard to believe SVG's got 8 career wins already. He's got just as many wins as Alex Bowman. Kyle Petty. He's got more than McMurray. It's quite unbelievable, really. Cole Custer. Another active driver. And now did I get all of them? Hornish hasn't won a cup race. Elliott Sadler. He raced in trucks this year. David Reagan. Trevor Bayne. I just threw a Frank in there, and I got a Larry Frank. Tiny Lund. I think I did put the Flocks in there already. Eric Jones. Farnelli Jones. Looking at the chat just to see who you all have on there. Again, all-time Cup Series race winners. Brian Vickers, I did not put yet. Lake Speed. Lenny Pond. Nelson Stacy. Kenny Irwin? Oh, I was thinking maybe he didn't have a cup win. Neil Bonnet. The Bakers. The Bodines. Ross Chastain. It's another active driver I was missing. Chase Briscoe trying to take a little short nap in his car before they go on it. I just don't know how you can do that and then like just have the alert presence as soon as they're told to fire the engines back up again to get back into that state of mind. Bobby Isaac. Still got quite a few drivers with more than 20 wins. Dan Gurney, I know, is on here. Dave Marcus. Glenn Wood. I do have Jarrett. Jimmy Means is not on here. It was a good effort. I like that. Thinking outside the box. Looking at the chat. I don't see anybody in the chat that I haven't named yet, other than Means, but he didn't win a cup race. It's worth a shot. At 130 of 209. Is there like a Davis on here? Trying to think of like the one-win wonders. I got all of them. Like I've got Paul Menard already, Casey Mears, Johnny Benson, Jerry Nadeau. These guys all had one career win in my lifetime. Like John Andretti had two of them. Ricky Craven had two. David Rudiman had two. McDowell's got two. Josh Berry, I didn't put Josh Berry yet. Another active driver. I did try Purvis already. He's not on here. Johnny Beauchamp. Johnny Beauchamp. Rex White. There's still one. Oh, Alan Poolwicki. I was gonna say there's a champion I was missing on there of 5 wins. And I know he's got 5 career wins. Okay, I've got all the champs now. Gotta be more guys from the 90s I'm missing. Rick Mass never won a race. Dick Trickle's not on here. Got Derek Cope. Spencer, Marlin, Ernie Irvin, Schrader, Shepard, L1 of the 90s, Elliott, Wallace, Earnhardt, Gordon, Burton. Yeah, I already got all those guys. Oh, Bonnie's. As many times as we do this quiz, it's hard for me to remember some of the names of like some of the ones that I've seen on here before, but Sorensen never won. Quaffle never won in Cup. Dave Blaney never won in Cup, but I do have Ryan Blaney already. I don't think I'm missing any active drivers. Benedetto never won in Cup. Even got Justin Haley on here. Charlie Glott's back. Jim Roper. Earl Ross. Seven and a half minutes. Yeah, I mean, so they're just showing the radar for New Hampshire Motor Speedway, by the way. This while it was still kind of raining when they were out there and they brought the cars back to pit road just to make sure that it wasn't raining anymore. Again, we don't have to wait for the track to dry completely. That's why the drivers were told to stay in their cars. They're making really good progress on the track, and by the radar judgment, this storm has passed through already, so I don't expect us to be in a long wait here. Ron Bouchard. Good. Hole. All right. 139 of 209. I feel like this is as good as I've done on this quiz before. Is there like a Williams? No, there's not. Rick Wilson? Did he win a cup race? No, he did not. Randy LaJoy never won a Cup race. I don't even think there's anybody that had won races in my lifetime I haven't named yet. I think I got them all. I put Rutherford already. I think I did. No, I didn't put Johnny Rutherford. Okay. See, it's a good thing I circled back to that because I thought I put him already and I did not. I do have Johnny Benson. Yeah, that win at Rockingham was in my lifetime. I know Scott Riggs didn't win anything. Casey Atwood did not win in Cup. David Gillen didn't win in Cup, but he won in the O'Reilly Series and Trucks. Yeah, teams are in the process of pulling the covers off the cars here, it looks like, so I don't think we're too far away from getting going again. Hey, I mean, this slight delay gave us time to do trivia like we usually do every weekend, so it's almost like the regular pre-race. Just a later start, that's all. Had we gone at our normal time, we would have been in a sit-wait period with nothing to do, but this gave us something. Got a little less than 5 minutes left on this quiz. We have 140 of 209. I believe we can get at least a couple more names here. How about Zervakis? Aha, Manuel Zervakis. I got that. Road course ringer. Are there any more of those? Like Ron Fellows never won a cup race. I know Boris said didn't either. Looking at the chat. All-time Cup Series race winners are quiz here as we're about to see cars back on the track. Wet weather tires are still starting this race, by the way, just as planned. Host of our spinning under the pace laps, they wanted to wait things out a little bit. Luckily, he did not hit anything, so the car is not damaged. "26 and 25 wins in the Cup Series. I'm missing a 23. There's quite a few wins. There's some notable names from the 60s I know I'm missing. I got Panch, Weatherly, Fireball Roberts. I got Wood, Foyt, Andretti. They all won at those times. Fernelli Jones. Dave Marcus. Charlie Glotzback. That was more 70s. 2.5 minutes. They have Casey Kane. Yeah, obviously got Jeff, Robbie Gordon. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I got all of them for my lifetime. Earl Bamber? That's probably not a name. Maynard. I don't know. Just throwing names out here at this point. I'm trying. I'm reaching for the stars. Carpenter? No. I think you're thinking of Patrick Carpentier. He never won in Cup. He did have a pole at New Hampshire, oddly enough, where we're at this weekend. But he never won a Cup race. Anybody who's won a Cup race? I know we've done this quiz before, just trying to see if we can do better. And honestly, I think we have. 141 of 209, got less than 40 seconds. I'm pretty sure I've gotten all the active drivers. That's what I'm most scared about is did I forget anybody active or anybody from my lifetime? And I don't think I have. You have Kenseth. Well, here goes nothing. 3, 2, 1. Fred Lorenzen, Jim Pascal, Ricky Rudd is from my life. No, I did forget one. Dang it. I thought I got all of them from my lifetime. I forgot Ricky Rudd. Dang it. 23 wins. Yeah, Lorenzen, Pascal, those are names I've gotten on quizzes before. That's tough. Lorenzen, a former Daytona 500 winner, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Cotton Owens, Bob Wellborn, Paul Goldsmith, Dick Rathman, Dick Hutcherson. Just looking to see if there's anybody very notable. Herschel McGriff. Dick Brooks. Mark Donahue. I got a lot of open wheelers. I did not get Donahue. Bobby Hillen. Greg Sachs. That was a Talladega win, right? He was one of those guys that only... Oh, Richard Brickhouse, another Talladega winner. And I usually get that on a quiz like this because I know he won the first Talladega race. Slap shoes, I can thank for that one. Wendell Scott, that's another one. NASCAR history. So yeah, I mean there was definitely some. I mean, obviously the big ones were Lorenzen, Pascal, and Ricky Rudd. There were some other ones I could have gotten on there. Ricky Rudd's bad. There's always the one or two that just slip by me every time. Because you think you circled around, and I would think like, oh yeah, I've already named Ricky Rudd, so that's why I don't think of him in the late minutes of those quizzes. But no, I just completely skipped him. There's always that one. I always think I had all of them for my lifetime. Nope, there's that one. There is that one. And Ricky Rudd was the one today. We did get above average, 67%. And honestly, I still think we did better than what we usually do. This is a quiz I circle around to a couple times a season just because it's never going to be one I'll have a perfect score on with only 20 to 25 minutes to complete. You can give me hours and I would still come short. You'd have to literally Google everybody and then put it in there to get it done in a timely fashion and get a perfect score on this quiz. But 67%, that might sound like a D or failing, but you know what? On a quiz like this, I will take it because we had 141 or 209. That's a lot of names to remember in NASCAR history. All right. By the way, cars are on the racetrack. They have been on the track for a couple of minutes now doing pace laps again. There's no actual precipitation on track, so we should actually get to racing here shortly. NASCAR dried the track off a bit, but not fully as we start on wet weather tires. So the track's naturally going to dry. There is no sun. It is overcast, so it might take a little longer for the track to dry. But obviously, as it gets rubbered in, we'll see how that goes. Who will be the teams to switch to slick tires first? That's going to be interesting to watch as we get towards probably the early going of stage 2. I don't think anybody's going to switch to slicks before the end of stage 1. That's my prediction, especially with stage 1 only being 70 laps because they won't have to pit for fuel at all in this first stage. Tire management is going to be huge if we see the track dry quite a bit in the first stage. We've gone through the starting lineup, the point standings already. I'll let you listen into a little bit of the broadcast and we'll get going here shortly.
Leading this field on what's something that we don't get to see very often. Not all drivers will be excited about the prospect of racing the wets, but it's going to be interesting to say the least.
I know Joey Logano's answer is kind of the blueprint to how he has become a 3-time champ, which is, you know, it doesn't matter if I like her. I appreciate you asking that question, but I have no choice, so I'm going to learn to love it. And I think that's the mentality you have to have in this situation. It's very easy to get grumpy, and you don't want to have to go do this, but you have to find a way to at least hold your starting position. Driver of the 11, Denny Hamlin, let's listen in.
I think here as well, I'm hearing what you see and then what does. I don't see dry line as good in this whole thing. And so, as you see something make, you know,
That is such an interesting comment from Denny Hamlin, because what is so obvious from up here in the booth and also on cameras is you can't see an overall picture of what the racetrack is, because you're looking at it in a completely different perspective. Denny Hamlin is talking about when he's looking for dry racetrack, it is hard for him to see it. So he needs a spotter to be looking to use that point of view to say, hey, third lane, second lane, this corner, where to go to find that dry conditions. That's, Steve, in my opinion, that's one of the biggest evolutions in this type of racing is the involvement of the spotter. He no longer just sits up there and says, wreck in turn 2. He is an integral part of what goes on the racetrack.
And if you've never watched racing in the rain of any sorts, road course or ovals, one thing remains the same. Watch these two cars right here. The 45 is all the way at the grass. The 21 is way up. The pace car is where you would expect cars to run. They want to run offline. What I mean by offline is just like when you're sitting on, you know, an intersection at home. You can see all the oil drips from the tires that sit there. Yeah. Anywhere that tire rubber normally gets smeared into the racetrack or fluid gets put into the racetrack is grippy. When it's dry, it's ice. When it's wet, so you want to get out here to this fresh pavement. I think because it's more porous and like the water has a place to go and have more grip to the tire.
And although the conditions are a lot better now, I wonder how much of what happened to Carson Hocevar is in the heads of the other drivers.
Well, sure it is. They all saw it or they all heard about it. And then at the end of the day, what's so difficult about this racetrack in regard to what Steve was just talking about is they run all over this racetrack.
Yeah.
So their groove is the apron all the way to the third lane. And sometimes yesterday in practice and the truck race, we saw cars running as high as we've ever seen them running. So where is the part of the racetrack that you want to be on now?
Talking more about the 77, let's get an update. Dave?
Lee, we may have, if you're just joining the broadcast, you may have missed earlier a little bit of a spin by Carson Hocevar when he was testing the grip on the exit of turn number 4, kind of tongue-in-cheek. He said, yeah, there's not a lot of grip out there. But that was when it was raining, and since then, the Air Titans and NASCAR and the track services, they have made this place very raceable. And about 5 minutes ago, on the radio to his team, sitting in his car, Carson radioed, hey, this is just like Tuesdays in the summer shootout. That was at Charlotte Motor Speed where they raced the Legends cars. He said, let's go. We can race in the rain. Let's do this. Now, they need a good weekend. 2 weekends that have not been good for the 77, and they have fallen in the chase seedings. They do not need to fall anymore because the way they're going right now, they're losing reseeding points, Marty.
Dave Jetdryer's making a final pass here on pit road. I got to say, it's pretty dry. It seems like it's ready to go racing here. Austin Cindric will start 26th today. Remember, last weekend, Saturday night in Richmond, he started 23rd. He got stage points in stage 1. Can they do it again today? Talked to Brian Wilson, crew chief, asked him, how is Austin in the rain? He said, pretty good. He's got some European experience in the rain. Certainly done it plenty over in the O'Reilly series as well. So we'll see what Austin Cindric can do. And again, remember, they are 15 in the chase standings right now, plus 57 above the top line. Their goal today, leave here with that much cushion heading into Daytona.
Well, Marty, there's a lot of potential and opportunity today for Shane Van Gisbergen in this 97 team for a few different reasons. First and foremost, we've seen vast improvement on ovals from him over the course of this year. Second, his car control. We talked about his background in supercars and World Rally Championships. And then you think about what he did earlier this year at Bowman Gray under wet conditions, leading 15 laps. On top of that, where he qualified 5th starting position. So what does that do for this team? It gives them the opportunity not only for track position to possibly steal a win, but to earn those valuable stage points. And talking with crew chief Steve Short, he told me, look, yes, we are the last in the chase standings, but we're plus 50. I will feel very confident if we go into Daytona where we are now, plus 50. It is going to be a big deal for Shane to make the chase with this format.
Kim. Thank you. Let's listen to some recent radio from the 97.
What do you think on the track now? Pretty wet.
Spray is one of the bigger issues, just from a visibility standpoint. The grip of the racetrack is one thing, but the spray coming off of these cars can create a situation where the drivers literally can't see. We've seen NASCAR has gotten really aggressive and when to put rain tires on. We called it a Raleigh Series race in Charlotte a few years ago, and I am telling you, it was a downpour. And NASCAR sent them out there. There was a race at Coda that NASCAR sent them out and realized, okay, you just can't do that. It's too much. So now they backed it up, and a lot of it has to do with the spray as much as the grip.
That radio transmission was the perfect snapshot of the laconic nature of Shane Van Gisbergen. Oh, yeah, it's all right. It'll be all right. Let's give it a go.
I love the shot of Street Chief Stephen Doran. You don't realize there was 5 different radios plugged into that headset. I mean, look at that. There's 3 on the right ear, right? So you see the 3 cords coming out of the right ear, and you can't see it now, but on the left ear, there's 2 more. So that's 5 different communications, 2 buttons above, so he can talk on probably channel 1, channel 2. He probably has an intercom, probably has an open mic that he doesn't even have to push a button on to talk to his war room back at home. So
How many did you have?
that's about where I was. I was about 5. I actually had to wear an earpiece inside my ear muff, like think about it like an earbud.
Yeah.
That was closer to my eardrum to prioritize my driver. So when he spoke, I would hear him over the noise in the background.
That one was that special one was from Mr. Hendrick.
No. That was. I wanted to make sure. To be honest, I had so much going on. Every once in a while, you would miss a driver, and you would have to ask them to repeat something. And I learned that they're out there doing all their. The last thing they want to feel is ignored or on an island by themselves, and asking them to repeat something can become frustrating. So I rewired it a certain way, but that's why you hear voices all the time if you're a retired crew chief, because you used to hear so many voices all the time.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
Dave Burns, Dave, what you got?
So, Lee, remember last week we showed you the Elgin truck, which would remove the marbles from the raceway and make it a better groove for racing after the Goodyear tires got rid of some of that rubber. Well, there it is. It has been a part of the process here because not only do the Air Titans push the water off the racing line, but the Elgin truck removes the water. That's got a 1,700-gallon tank in it. And Shannon Mullins, who is driving that truck, he'll go behind the Air Titans, that's already done that, and sucked up some of the water that is resting down toward the inner wall there. So it's kind of a 2-step process. There you go. Pushing the water away, and then it's got to go somewhere. Well, if it can't get off the racetrack, the Elgin truck scoops it up. Trevor Bain, where are you?
Well, Dave, I'm hanging out in turn 1, standing down here looking at the racetrack, and definitely all the standing water is gone. A little bit of shine on the paint, so these drivers are going to have to be careful as they transition across that. Steve, I know you love analogies, and I got to say, one of the things I learned watching the 2024 rain race is that the dry line is a lot like the stock market. You're looking for somebody to make a little bit of a gain, and that's where you want to go. And as more and more people get in that lane, they find those gains, that line is going to continue to dry out and pay off more and more and more, Marty.
Trevor, as a race car driver, rain and electronics do not mix. Normally we talk about the story in terms of what's happened inside of a race car. Well, Steve, I was doing that report on Austin Cindric a moment ago, and the entire 2 pit box shut down. They lost their generator down here on pit road, so they've rebooted the pit box. They've kind of gotten everything back up and running. It's taking a little while, but I don't think I've ever seen a pit box go down in a rain delay, Steve. We've heard about it with race cars, but the pit box fighting the dust here with the 2 team, but they are working on it, getting it rebooted here on pit road.
Technology is amazing until it goes away. Then you feel helpless. For about down Worker Pit Road, I think we might see the teams come down Pit Road.
Down pit road.
We got to be working about 13 pace laps here. The first stage is 70 laps. They can run 90, 95 on fuel. They'll even burn less fuel here in the wet, so I don't think it's an issue. Just worth keeping in mind, right? Did somebody start lower on fuel? Do they want to have an advantage? In case somebody gets caught out.
This Monster Energy view here for Ty Gibbs, while there's still plenty of moisture on that windshield and that view from our perspective up here, the weather's the most stable it's been in quite some time. Alternative view, Dollar Tree on board. John Hunter Nemechek running the 40 this weekend, celebrating Dollar Tree's 40th anniversary. He's got that special paint scheme this weekend. Car looks great. Let's hope he can perform well. He and Eric Jones of Legacy Motor Club.
I would say that this added laps creates a little anxiety for the drivers. You know, once you get in that race car and fired up, you're ready to get going. So they're out there, they're riding around. I'm sure most of them we're not comfortable with the rain, right? It's raining. We don't start these things in the rain. That's what they're thinking. Hocevar spins out. They're like, oh no, we definitely can't do it. You go down, then it quits raining. You go out and you're making lap after lap. And you're like, oh, let's go. Let's get to work. You're just ready to hear, hey, you're getting ready to go to green.
In these conditions, it's a wonderful reflection of those who are willing to roll the dice a little more. Some will take a conservative line. Some will really try and see where they can find grip, where others feel they don't. And that's what's going to create the spread.
Good crowd on hand, sticking out the
We are
wet
getting
weather
close
in the
to
early
seeing
hours of the afternoon.
the caution extinguished and the green fly. But first, let's go back to pit road.
Lee, just to keep an eye on the 22 there of Joey Logano testing the grip level down there on the apron. He qualified 21st, and that's the worst he's qualified in 9 years here. So I talked to both crew chief and driver about passing cars here, because a lot of people say this is a track position race. You have to keep your track. You can't pass. Well, both of them believe that they can after practice. Good practice. Joey's eyes kind of widened and said, oh, yeah. No, I can pass cars. We need to get some stage points before the end of stage one, Marty.
Dave, a number of drivers who are looking forward to the wet conditions saying, let's go. The track's drying pretty quickly here, including Chase Briscoe. If you want to watch a show, watch Chase Briscoe, who was fantastic in the wet here in 2024. He starts 17th, not the qualifying lap he wanted, Kim, but he will be quick in the wet.
Well, Marty, Chris Buescher comes into this race 10th in the chase standings, plus 136. So I asked for Chief Scott Graves kind of what their focus is. Are they trying to get a better seating? What are they trying to accomplish here? And he said, look, we're not mathematically locked in, but we're practically locked in. And with that, we've got the ability to come here and maybe not experiment to a high level, but to take a little bit more chance than maybe we would have if we were further down in the standings. Remember, RFK has not been strong on short tracks, and he mentioned that. He said getting better at short tracks was more of a focus this weekend than maximizing points, but that's a close second. He said, if we're fast, then the points will take care of himself. So he reminded me, yes, there are multiple short tracks in the chase, and so it is very important for them to elevate the program that they have on those shorter distances.
Let's go inside the 24. William Byron, Hendrick Motorsports, pre-race pep talk. Here it is.
Where we think we ready to now. The car that can run really well today. Put it all together. Yeah, pretty good. Have a good one.
Hendrick Motorsports last race.
For practice qualifying, Byron, I'd say the quickest of the Hendrick cars, and starting up in row 2, going to be a good opportunity for him to maybe get that first win of the season. Tyler Reddick on pole. It's been quite some time. 4 poles this season, tying with Ryan Blaney and Denny Hamlin for the most in the 2026 season. Will lead us to the green. The pace car finally on pit road, not bringing the rest of the field back down with them this time, as we are racing at New Hampshire Motor Speedway in the Dollar Tree 301. Denny Hamlin sideways trying to pick up the speed as he struggles with the wet up in the outside groove outside of road number 2 for the initial start. Going to lose several positions on this opening corner, opening lap of the race. And they are fanned all the way out from the apron in the middle of turns 1 and 2, all the way to the wall. Getting through this opening lap, trying to test the treacherous track conditions. What lane is fastest? Tyler Reddick spins from the lead off the exit of turn 4. Still spinning. Cars trying to check up. Denny Hamlin parked right next to him with nowhere to go. Not a lot of damage on either car. Reddick, who was leading the way, was going to be the first into the wet stuff, and now he is going to be at the tail end of the field after starting on pole. Unable to complete the opening lap without an incident. Caution out for the first time. He was in the very high groove of the racetrack. Middle of the corner was kind of cutting down, center off, kind of diamond cutting the corner, if you will, trying to get that straight line exit. And in doing so, just tail whipped it right around. We saw Hamlin struggle getting to the green. He was on the outside lane all the way through the opening lap, had nowhere to go behind Reddick but to try to come to a complete stop. Luckily was not hit by any other cars behind him. So with the caution out for the first time, William Byron, actually under yellow, will lead lap 1 from the 3rd place starting position.
almost as soon as he got on that right rear seam, the right rear got on that seam, around it came.
And then he thought he was going to be fine, and then
Cars just don't stop as well in the rain as they would in dry conditions.
Here's the view from the 11. Please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop.
Oh. Caught him a bit on that left rear. I don't think he's got
We
wrist
talked about
damage,
the
but he
risk
can't.
versus reward,
Hell.
right? And the question that the driver has to always have is, how much group do I really have? And the only way to find out, unfortunately, is to go past it.
Danny did a good job. Contact wasn't that bad. We're back under caution. It's a testing day here in Loudon.
Turn 4 exit. Tyler Reddick, a spin, just trying to pick the throttle back up and maybe standing in the gas a little too early. Everybody else able to make it through that opening lap without any kind of a spin. Reddick obviously being the race leader, there was nobody to kind of track off of in front of him as to how fast he could go. So maybe a disadvantage with wet conditions to have the race lead, because you don't know how hard you have to push. You obviously want to push harder than everybody else. You want to keep that track position, keep the lead, but in doing so, you might push a little too hard. And again, Reddick goes around. Definitely maybe not the cautious approach from Tyler Reddick in the early laps like we saw from drivers in the pack, and goes from qualifying on pole yesterday to now with the spin early on today. Luckily for he and Hamlin, who made subtle contact, not a lot of damage on either car. They will be able to continue, but now at the tail end of the field after both qualifying at the front. And we have not seen, again, like I mentioned in the pre-race, anybody win from outside of the top 3 rows in a New Hampshire next-gen race. All drivers who have won have started in the top 5. 2 of those drivers are now going to be at the tail end of the field. William Byron still up there at the front, again leading the opening laps under yellow. Shane Van Gisbergen, I think, is going to really have a good advantage here on these wet weather tires. The only time we've seen wet weather tires of any kind this season was actually at the Clash. Ryan Preece won that race. There were several laps led by Shane Van Gisbergen. It was more of like an ice storm than what it was a rainfall of any kind, but we have seen wet weather tires one point this year. Again, that was an exhibition race, and we had half as many cars on the racetrack in the main event. But we have seen that, and we saw guys like SVG lead in that race. It was a huge advantage for him. Had a great run. He's had great runs on shorter, flatter ovals in the past in his first full season of Cup competition, and now this is his second season. Qualified well at New Hampshire last year, even better this year, starting top 5. If it stays wet all day, look for Shane Van Gisbergen to be a very solid performer. He actually had a top 5 at North Wilkesboro last month as well. So a little bit of a shaking in the running order with Byron up in front. Shane Van Gisbergen is now second. Ty Gibbs third. Josh Berry fourth. Christopher Bell up to fifth. Kyle Larson in sixth. Ryan Blaney seventh. Alex Bowman eighth. Ross Chastain ninth. And Todd Gilliland in 10th. 11th is Connor Zilich and Eric Jones in 12th. How about Zilich up 9 positions from the start of the race? That was a great start for that number 88. Road course racing background for him. Maybe he has a slight advantage in the wet as well.
Value continues and discovery every day for over 40 years. Bank of America, what would you like the power to do? Applebee's, midnight half-price appetizers. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Rolling around under caution after a spin on the first flying lap in this Dollar Tree 301 presented by Toyota. As you ride aboard the Dollar Tree Toyota of Eric Jones.
Great shot right there of the in-car rear view mirror. It's actually a camera. Drivers can position it in different places. Eric Jones decided to put it basically right in front of him, Steve, where he doesn't have to really move his eyes or anything. It's always there. Look how clear that view is from looking at the car behind him.
yeah, love that.
Tyler Reddick did have a clear view when he led the race, but he spun coming out of turn 4. Let's get an update on the 45 with Dave Burns.
And Lee, he came to pit road. That team asked him, do you feel like you damaged those tires locking him down? He said, yes. So they changed all 4. The team's getting a good look at them. And then Tyler added one thing. Hey, can you guys thank the 11 for not running me over?
Boss and employee. It was a close call for sure. What's happening for Christopher Bell? Let's have a listen.
I'm already seeing some dry patches. I don't know if you are. Critical. Wet.
It's in the opposite. There's the camera. You can't really see it. It's over there behind the bar. So your point, Jeff, different locations. Already talking about drive positioning. You mentioned it, barely one lap under green. So it should drive very quickly if we get multiple laps.
All right, well, pace car going to be pulling off pit road. We're going to try this again after 5 laps of caution. We are going to be back to racing. Byron taking the outside of road number 1. SVG will be inside of row 1 as we get to the green. And here we go. We'll see if we can complete at least a lap this go around. Car spaced out in the back half of the field, especially in the bottom lane of the racetrack as they head for turn 1. Things getting a little narrow with drivers trying to get to the apron as quickly as possible. 3 wide. Chase Briscoe, one of those aggressors, trying to get to the inside and make some passes in the early laps after a poor qualifying effort yesterday. An opportunity maybe to have more passing opportunities at a track like New Hampshire, where we don't usually see as many passing opportunities. But in conditions that are not normal, those passing opportunities are going to become, I would think, much greater. A lot of Toyotas, 3 of them up in the top 5 now, even with Reddick and Hamlin having their early problems. Christopher Bell trying to whip around Josh Berry to the outside. Gibbs got past him on the bottom in turns 3 and 4 on the end of the opening lap of that restart. William Byron leading the first laps of caution today will now lead the first green flag laps as well. And he's quite literally pulling Shane Van Gisbergen in the 7th lap of this race, running that outside lane of the racetrack while SVG all the way down on the apron. Christopher Bell is down on the apron. He won with the wet weather tires at New Hampshire a couple years ago in the final 60 to 70 laps that were ran in that race in those conditions. So no surprise he's moving forward quickly up to 3rd after starting 6th. Made 2 passes in the first 2 green flag laps after this restart. And fastly approaching the 7 car within a couple tenths of a second. Bell will go to the outside to try to get by him. He was running the apron behind Van Gisbergen, but as he gets too close to the 97, he's going to have to change his line if he's going to want to make the pass. And SVG pulling just a little bit closer to William Byron in the 24, who slips the rear tires a bit, trying to pick the throttle up in that middle groove, just like Tyler Reddick did, only he does not spin like Reddick, but he is losing a little bit of his lead. SVG changes to that middle to upper groove of the track now. Same line Byron's running, and now Bell a little bit lower, trying to get to the inside of the 97 in front of him, but Bell a little bit sideways off turn 2. SVG wins the race back to the gas and pulls him just a bit. Early spin, over aggressiveness maybe by the race leader and pole sitter at the time, Tyler Reddick. Everybody settling in now, and every lap that they run, the track is going to get quicker and quicker as the track continues to dry. We're about 6 seconds off of the pace of a normal lap time here at New Hampshire, running laps in the low 29s in qualifying yesterday, and 35.1s 2 laps ago. That last lap, a half a second pickup to 34.6s. So again, the track drying quick. A half a second faster that last lap for the leader than the lap prior, and obviously Byron of the quickest on track that last time by as well. There's a bonus point award for the fastest lap of the race, so as the lap times are going to get quicker throughout the day, that is going to be changing obviously as well as to who will get that bonus point by race end. Top 10 in the running order, a dozen laps into the race. William Byron leads with Shane Van Gisbergen in 2nd. Christopher Bell hotly behind the top 2 in 3rd. 4th place is Ty Gibbs with Josh Berry in 5th. 6th place is Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson 7th, Chase Briscoe in 8th, Eric Jones 9th, and Connor Zilic finishing out the top 10 at the moment. Byron made a pass for 2nd as I was going through that rundown, and he's now attacking for the lead on Byron. Went to the inside through 3 and 4, but could not complete the pass. Looking towards that outside groove of the racetrack now behind the 24 car. Backing up in speed just a bit. Doing what he can to keep up. All the way around the bottom of the racetrack is Christopher Bell on the apron with all 4 tires. Probably going to run below the paint if you're going to run on the apron. I bet that painted line, the white and blue line on the bottom of the track, has to be very slick with some water on it. Searching for grip, lowest way around the racetrack. You're definitely not going to see that line ran when the track dries up completely, whenever that may end up happening. As the track dries, we tend to see some chunking in years past with these wet weather tires. So who can take care of those tires the most? And as the track dries, you almost got to search for a little bit of wet to try to keep the tires cool, keep them from wearing out. It's a very different type of race than what we would usually see, especially on an oval. Josh Berry probably wants the track to get dry so he can really show what kind of speed he's got in that number 21 Wood Brothers Ford Mustang. Slipping back a little bit in these early laps under wet conditions. Started in second, fell to fifth. Ryan Blaney's right on him for that fifth spot. Blaney not able to make the pass, loses a little bit of ground off the exit of turn 4. He tries to put pressure on the 21. Everybody is kind of running in that upper groove, and it's kind of funny that a lot of the drivers that are in that upper line are actually running above the darker asphalt, which you would not see. That's basically the marbles. As we get into dry conditions, nobody will be up that high. If you do, you're going to lose a ton of time. But that's where the grip's at as of right now, maybe at its most. Bell was putting pressure on William Byron, looked to the inside a couple of times for the lead, unable to stay alongside of the 24 on corner exit. Byron has now pulled out to a 1.1 second lead over Bell in the last couple of laps. That last lap, Bell ran a 33.0. Byron 33.2. So after maybe making a mistake, that's what caused him to fall that far back. Now Byron a 10th quicker this lap. So last time by at the start-finish line, 1.2 second lead for Byron over Bell, 2.3 seconds, to SVG in third. Ty Gibbs 3.5 seconds back and forth. Josh Berry 3.9 seconds back, rounding out the top 5 in fifth. A bit of door-to-door racing between Austin Hill, Cole Custer, very tight to one another. Custer maybe a little bit too far wide from where everybody else is running. Even more so up out of the traditional marbles. Hill made the pass. Custer lost a lot of ground and quickly backed up to now Michael McDowell and a couple other cars on his heels. Biggest movers in this opening start of the race, Chase Briscoe up 8 positions from 16th to 8th. And that's actually on the restart. So this is from the lap 5 restart, biggest movers. 8 positions for Briscoe. Zane Smith's up 6 spots. Custer's actually up 8 as well. Brad Keselowski is up 6. John Hunter Nemechek from the rear up 6. Denny Hamlin, after having to stop to keep from hitting Reddick, who had spun, is up 6 positions in the early laps. Noah Gragson backwards 13 positions. Stenhouse is down 8 spots. Allmendinger down 9. Down 12 for Gilliland. Alex Bowman has lost 9 positions. So those are the drivers who have gone the wrong way as we get some green flag racing in. 32.7 that last lap for Byron. Fastest lap of the race at the end of lap 20. Already picked up about 2.5 seconds from the first green flag laps of the run. Continues to pull away. He was 0.3 faster than Christopher Bell that last lap. And SVG actually about a 10th faster than the top 2 that last time by. And SVG is closely to the back bumper of the 20 of Bell. Van Gisbergen actually ran the fastest lap of the race at lap 19, 32.661. He's kind of stuck behind Bell for the moment right now as he tries to make a pass for second place, but he's been running slightly quicker than the leader and adapting fast. SVG back into second as he gets by Bell through 3 and 4. We've got a spinner, but no caution this time. It is the 40 of John Hunter Nemechek who has gone around in turns 1 and 2. 3 and 4. He's back on track. He's running. I don't know if he flat spotted a tire or not. He was spinning down at the bottom of the track. Got it corrected so quickly. NASCAR did not throw the caution. Connor Zilic making a pass on the other Dollar Tree Toyota. Eric Jones up inside the top 10. Zilic into ninth. Replay of exactly what happened with Nemechek there. He was in front of Denny Hamlin. Slid wide, actually made contact with the wall, and then had spun down the racetrack. Couple cars missed him to the outside, and NASCAR keeping things green here. Side-by-side commercial break ongoing on the USA Network. Shane Van Gisbergen within 0.6 of a second of the race leader, William Byron, now ups the fastest lap of the race and his personal fastest lap to a 32.438 that last time by. 0.3 faster than William Byron. So how about Shane Van Gisbergen? Having a great run early on, looking for all the stage points he needs. Plus 50 for that last spot to try to enter into the chase over Ryan Preece. Preece, who did not qualify well, SVG did, and now the wet weather conditions, we'll see how this goes. Preece has picked up a couple spots. He's in 11th right now, trying to keep pace with Van Gisbergen. Austin Cindric, who is a few points ahead of SVG entering the day. Cindric is 15th at the moment, also up a few spots, but out of a shot to get some stage points the way things are looking now, but still in the first half of stage one. Shane Van Gisbergen, bottom of the racetrack. William Byron up near the top still. Van Gisbergen only about 2 to 3 car lengths off of the race lead. Needs so much ground in the front half of the corner. Drives it in a lot deeper than William Byron, who does not feel comfortable with the grip level of the racetrack at the time being. Van Gisbergen maybe the most comfortable. Will shoot to the lead into turns 3 and 4. Will slide up, clear of Byron, and pull away, middle off. New leader, Shane Van Gisbergen. Out in front, our second lead change of the day, as Reddick did not lead a lap from the pole, but lost the lead on the opening lap to Byron, who started third. Byron leads the first 26 laps, and now Shane Van Gisbergen is out in front in the 97. 8 career cup wins, all on road courses or street courses, none on ovals so far, so maybe today Shane Van Gisbergen could have his best oval performance of his career. Had a top 5 in North Wilkesboro on a flat short oval that was in the dry the entire time just about a month ago. 4 races ago to be exact. Looking to perform here as well. 2.2 second lead quickly for SVG as he is putting a whooping in. If he can lap a bunch of cars in this first stage, that is also going to help him as the race goes on. Because if we look back to about like even 13th place is nearly half a track off the race leader, and Van Gisbergen by far is running the fastest pace on track, 3 to 4 tenths faster a lap than even the second place car, William Byron, who has been even that last lap over Bell in third a half a second quicker than him. It is a fast pace that SVG is running versus the rest of the field. Full field rundown in the early laps of the race, about halfway through stage 1. Shane Van Gisbergen leads, William Byron in second, Christopher Bell third, Ty Gibbs fourth, Josh Berry fifth, still ahead of Ryan Blaney in sixth, Kyle Larson 7th, Chase Briscoe 8th, Connor Zilic 9th, and Ryan Preece rounds out the top 10. Ross Chastain in 11th, Carson Hocevar 12th, Eric Jones 13th, Austin Cindric 14th, and 15th is Zane Smith, with 16th being Bubba Wallace, Alex Bowman 17th, Brad Keselowski 18th, Austin Hill 19th, and Michael McDowell 20th. Joey Logano still in 21st, where he qualified. Cole Custer 22nd, Daniel Suarez 23rd, Todd Gilliland 24th, and Denny Hamlin 25th. 26th, Chase Elliott, AJ Allmendinger 27th, Chris Buescher 28th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 29th, 30th, Austin Dillon. Riley Herbst 31st, Noah Gragson 32nd, Tyler Reddick a lap down in 33rd. Ty Dillon 34th, Cody Ware 35th, John Hunter Nemechek 36th, rounding out the field. He spun, and actually I think he came to pit road after he had spun to change tires and get back out on the racetrack again. Pass for position up in the top 5. Josh Berry moves into 4th, getting by Gibbs. Closely behind Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson now going to battle with the 54 car, as Gibbs has been giving up a lot of time over recent laps. Very fastly approaching on the 20th Bell as well. Toyotas that were up at the front there initially are definitely fading the longer this green flag run goes. Kyle Larson got by Ryan Blaney, who was stuck behind Gibbs for an extra corner, and now Larson looking to pick up another position on Gibbs. Going to have to try his best to pull out a line and maybe pass Gibbs on the bottom, as Ty does not want to give up that outer line. Larson trying to drive it in as deep as he can to get to the outside. Now backs up the middle of the corner, swings to the inside of Gibbs. A little bit of contact off the exit of turn 2. Gibbs has to lift to keep it off the wall, and that lets the 12 of Ryan Blaney also get by him. Larson did not have enough contact where he had to lift. That did not lose the position back to the 12, but he does make the pass on the 54. Well, Rubbin's racing. Gibbs up even wider than the widest line. See where the track is really drying off, that right above the seam of the darker asphalt and the gray asphalt in the middle of the corners, and Gibbs got above that after contact with Larson and nearly got up into the fence. Probably going to take a lap or two to get the gunk, if you will, off his tires. 5.5 second lead for Shane Van Gisbergen as he continues to lap cars. And he's got a lot of lap traffic in front of him. Really start to put a beating on the field, and Tyler Reddick, not a fan of that. Not only a lap down himself, but is going to be well out of the free pass position if this stays green to the end of the opening stage. They do not have to pit for fuel purposes in stage number 1. Only 70 laps, even with the additional pace laps because of the delay. They will still be able to make it on fuel. And Gisbergen, a guy who tends to manage tires well, I'm sure he's able to do that on top of putting as big of a gap over everybody else as he is right now. But can he adapt to the track as it dries is going to be the next question. This thing is far from over. And the track is going to be going through so many changes. It's going to be tough for him to stay out in front. Lancelot, William Grantham, thanks for tuning in. Ernest Linden Jr., I don't think I shouted you out yet. Irina Sayre, thanks for tuning into the stream, and many others. Rima. Hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content like this every NASCAR live commentary stream. Cup O'Reilly truck race action every weekend right here on the channel. Daytona next weekend, Saturday night, the next NASCAR Cup Series race, regular season finale. Upcoming. Should be a fun one as always. Kyle Larson on Bell. Bell stuck behind the lap car. Cody Ware has to move off his traditional line to make the pass. Larson with a dive to the inside off turn 4. And they're door to door. Nearly. Bell got a better drive off than I was expecting. This battle's for 4th. And Blaney's done a great job staying right behind Larson as Larson makes the passes. Ryan's really right there. It kind of pounces on that next car as well. Almost looked like Larson was dirt tracking it through the middle lane of turns 1 and 2. A bit of a slide as he was pulling out a line, trying to get his car to the bottom, try to make a pass on Bell. New Hampshire, not a good track historically for Hendrick Motorsports. They haven't had a win here in quite some time. But with the wet weather, Byron Larson taking advantage of that early up inside the top 5. Byron's been fast all weekend long, though, and I think somebody else just popped the wall up turn 4. Looks like it might have been Chastain in the 1. He's got a little bit of damage, and that is not good. He was already having some smoke out of the car as he exited turn 2. Not sure if that's a fender rub or something internal on that race car. Chastain came into the day outside the chase bubbles, 18th in points, and he's still got a lot of smoke coming out of that right front. Again, I don't know if it's a tire rub, but it looked like he had gotten against the fence. This is very problematic and could maybe put an end to the chase hopes for Chastain in the second to last race of the regular season after having to scratch out of a deep points deficit over the last month or so to get just to 18th in points. He was 24th in the standings a handful of races ago. Not quite the surge save that a Joey Logano has had with multiple wins in the last month, but Chastain's been right there as well. He really needs a caution to try to bail himself out. 40 laps into the race. A lot of rubber getting kicked up to that outside groove of the racetrack. Shane Van Gisbergen right behind Austin Dillon. Cole Custer at the tail end of the lead lap. Caution flag is out for the second time.
So it's time to make a switch after starting this race on the wets. Those Goodyear slicks will be applied next.
All right, there you go. Competition caution, and this is to change to slick tires.
Racetrack.
Yeah.
You know,
You can stay on wets if you choose.
Yeah, where do you go now?
exactly.
Where do you go now? Now you have slicks on.
So we're over halfway through the first stage here of this Dollar Tree 301.
Steve mentioned non-competitive pit stops. They'll come down. Everybody will leave together. You'll maintain your spot. Part of the reason for that too is pit road. You know, it's still a little bit damp. They're going to leave on dry tires. You don't really want cars on pit road that's damp on dry tires. A little bit of a safety procedure.
And a condition change. At the ovals, anytime you go dry to wet or wet to dry, you're allowed a whole list of changes. So you don't have to try to fit those into a pit stop.
Let's check in with Trevor Bain.
Well, Diff, I can tell you those rain tires are chewed up. You wouldn't believe the amount of marbles out here on the racetrack. On the top, on the bottom, I've never seen it so dirty. But the other thing is how different these lanes are. There's little dry patches near the seams. Some of them are wet. So as these drivers, Steve, Jeff, you all mentioned going to slicks. Where do you go? I think they're going to have to try to search for little patches of dry. It may not be a whole lane. We saw in 2024, Larson entered on the top, went to the bottom. We may have to see some creative lines here. One for the marbles, two for those dry patches.
Great to have Trevor back in the Toyota XSE pace car like he was for us as doing that special analyst role in Iowa, and that's exactly what Trevor was referring to, those marbles from the Goodyear wet weather tires, which will be being removed from the cars here shortly.
I'm going to put this line right here.
Go on.
And the reason I say that is I believe this is dry. The question is, I think all this right still has some moisture in it. So, you know, it will improve quickly, but you think dry on wet weather is slippery. Wait till you try a wet track on dry tires, Jeff.
Marty, see Ross Chastain on pit road.
They've been trying to diagnose the issue with Ross Chastain. They think they had some debris that got stuck in the grill and maybe got sucked into the airbox, Steve. That's the first thing that they're going to check. But yeah, certainly something mechanical going on with the one who had a pretty quick start to the race, but obviously lost those spots when they started having that issue.
Yeah, at this point, they're just going to want to try to get it repaired. We saw that debris on the racetrack. If that gets, I don't know if where they're looking, somewhere on the right side of the engine. I don't know if it's in the header, but it was funny because it only really did it in the corner. So like if, tire rubber builds up on the header, you would imagine it would do it all the way around the racetrack.
So he had to come in, even though the pits were closed. The pits are going to open up right now for this non-competitive pit stop for the change from wets to dries. After 42 laps of this Dollar Tree 301 presented by Toyota. Here they come. SVG leads them down pit road after leading 17 laps, and Kim Coon standing by. Kimmy, they're coming your way.
Yeah, top left of your screen, SVG happy with the race car. Just said needs a little bit of help on right rear on the entry of the corner. Otherwise, good. He did say it's going to be a little bit sketchy on slicks. He said the corners are still pretty wet. The team reminding him just be smart, don't speed. Let's take our time here as they adjust back for slick tires, Marty.
Christopher Bell said, man, I'm not sure how much longer I could have hung on to that one because they had that vibration, remember, with the 20 car. Adam Stevens did ask him, hey, can you forecast how far we need to go for slick tires adjustments? He said, I'll do my best. William Byron said, yeah, the right front just got way too gone on that run for us, and they couldn't really conserve it. So afraid to make big changes because they were pretty happy with the 24 car, Dave.
Third place, Josh Berry said the car is just a little tight going back to throttle, so crew chief Miles Stanley said, should we tighten you up? No idea from the driver. So he said, let's do our normal offsets, and you go hunt the dry patches, just like Trevor Bain just talked about. Go find the dry spots. We'll adjust to that. By the way, you saw they did not take a tear off. They're kind of limited on how many they have. And with the wet track still in places, there's going to be some spray there. They don't want to use those all up too early.
Most leisurely pit stop you'll ever see in NASCAR. The non-competitive one. It's been quite the interesting start here in New Hampshire. They're on dry tires. We'll go racing when we come back.
All right, so we'll wait to get the reorder here. These were non-competitive pit stops, so no position changes will occur. Under our first stops of the day, a chance to top off on fuel, and the reason for the competition caution is NASCAR has deemed that the track is dry enough that teams have the ability to switch to slick tires. I believe everybody did. I don't think anybody is still on wets, although it is an option that you can stay on them, but there will not be another caution going forward to switch back to wet tires or the dry tires that we have on right now. This is the NASCAR has put into place pretty much that there would be a caution and an opportunity under yellow to make those changes in adverse weather conditions like we have here today, and we've seen that in other races before. Christopher McComas, thanks for tuning in. Another newcomer here in recent laps of the race today. Be sure to vote for also who you think is going to win today's race. That chat poll is open till the end of stage number 2. We're getting close to the end of stage 1 right now. 81 votes have been casted so far. Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, the possible voting options, or somebody other than those three if you think somebody else will win. SVG out in front right now falls under the other category as he is at that 53%. Byron's led the most laps of the race so far, was running second at the time of caution, so Van Gisbergen going to be back in the lead. We'll see how he does on slick tires. Track still got some damp areas, obviously. It's going to be interesting to see what the fastest line is going to be, though, because the line that they were running on the wet tires is not a traditional racing line here, so the bottom and natural groove of this track, I'm sure, is still very damp. Who is going to test that area of the track first? And on the restart, you're going to be kind of forced to run it with everybody doubled up. Double file when we do get back to racing that first lap or two. I would not be shocked if we see another spin like we had from Tyler Reddick on the opening lap of the race under this next restart. Shane Van Gisbergen's led 19 laps today, 26 for Byron, who led the first 26. Reddick did not lead, and he was a lap down at the time of that last caution. Just to go back through the running order to see who is not on the lead lap right now. Top 29 are on the lead lap. AJ Allmendinger, Tyler Reddick, Ty Dillon, Noah Gregson, Cody Ware, Ross Chastain, and John Nemechek are all the cars off the lead lap. Nemechek is 5 laps down after a spin. No caution came out, and Ross Chastain made contact with the wall. He is 3 laps down. A little lengthy period for him being on pit road. And with SVG, who came in 16th in points, leading right now, you just wonder if the chase hopes for Chastain have been dashed here today. Mathematically, you have to be within 75 points exiting the day if you're below the chase cut line to have a shot going into Daytona next week. And again, I will be updating the point standings that are scrolling across the top of the screen at the end of each stage today. So we'll know the points as they run. I'll do the same for Daytona and the regular season finale next week as well.
The live pit stops, told himself, I can do that. Then he made it his goal. So after finishing high school, he moved to North Carolina in 2004. People thought he was crazy, but he learned fabrication and mechanics while also going to pit crew school. Now, fast forward to today, he's been in the sport for over 20 years, which he actually views as a strength. Despite the younger influx of pit crew athletes we've seen, he thinks that just the adaptability he has had to show, all the different choreography and equipment on pit road that's evolved. The rules have changed so many times during his tenure, but the crew members who have been on pit road for all of those iterations, again, he thinks are the quickest at adapting, and that adaptability has helped him earn 3 NASCAR Cup Series titles as a crew member, 1 with Kyle Busch, 2 with Joey Logano, and he's hoping for a 4th here this year.
Thanks for that, Kim, and good on you, Jake, and lots of smiles lately after their driver winning 2 of the last 4 races on the season. Here is Joey Logano, and let's listen to what Joey thinks about restarts. Here it is.
When I started, it's like, maybe one car would make a 3-wide move on a restart, and it was like, oh my God, right? Now it'll be 3x3x3 at times, right? 4 wide's the moment where it's kind of crazy, but 3 wide's pretty normal at this point. So it's just that intensity has ratcheted up over the years. A lot of it's due to this car too, right? In the past, if you just touch somebody, you'd knock your fender in, you would cut a tire down. You know, everyone was more conservative because you couldn't touch each other. Now we have a car that's pretty tough, and that in return is made drivers more aggressive.
And it's worthwhile noting that at this race, that softer bumper assembly is no longer here. We're back to the regular, right?
Yeah, back to a standard what we see all the other racetracks, which probably could as much as they stack on the restart. I will tell you, as Joey talks about the restarts, we ride on board with the Hunt Brothers Pizza. Jeff, I laugh because you and I have sat next to each other for 12 years up here, and I've watched the iteration every single year. You are just shocked by what you see from when you and I competed, you on the racetrack, me on pit road, to what these drivers are asked to do now on these restarts.
Yeah, it's just gotten more and more aggressive. And think about guys like Mark Martin and how respectful he was. As aggressive he was still respectful. That's out the window. I mean, you just have to get every spot when you can hit it. And, it's aggravating as a driver, but it's also opportunity. Like, you have to, if that's how it's going to be, then you have to adapt to it. And you have to be willing to play the game. And restarts matter. You have to, when the race is over, you have to gain more spots than you've lost.
Ross Chastain has had a couple of good weekends the last 2 weeks, and he was not giving up on his chances, Marty, of making the chase, but it's been problematic.
Chastain in the garage.
Yeah, this might do it here, Lee. It's a drivetrain issue for the one. They are out for the race. You mentioned their hopes to kind of make the chase. They were 63 out of the chase standings in 18th, but they will finish last here at New Hampshire today. One more race left in the regular season. Likely not going to be a chase berth for Ross Chastain here in 2026.
Disappointing feeling when you're in the garage during a race. It's hard to explain, right? You just know so much work that went in to what you were doing, and you're out of it.
Joey talked about the aggressiveness on restarts. Well, I find this restart fascinating. You can see the dry areas versus the wet areas. You can clearly see it, Trevor.
Yeah, Jeff, if I was behind the wheel instead of the passenger seat, I think I'd be looking to run the actual race line that they practiced in 1 and 2. It's pretty dry through there. I think from the top lane, you can kind of squeeze down into that. 3 and 4 has a couple little patches, but not dry yet. You may still see some drivers move up to that 4th lane to find some dry racetrack down there as they get ready to go green.
This is going to be fascinating, and let's keep in mind when they come to the line, there'll be just 21 laps left in this opening stage.
What I find is fascinating is if we didn't have rain tires, there's no chance we would start a slick race on this track. Like, there's no way, Jeff. You drivers would be losing your mind that this track's not ready, but because the race is underway, it's just these adverse conditions are almost accepted.
This is more stressful to me as a driver than the start of the race on wets.
Echo Park restart zone, they are there.
All right, well, we'll see who can adapt to this the quickest now. Green flag back in the air as we have 21 laps to go at stage 1. Shane Van Gisbergen outside of row 1. Good launch on the restart. Well clear into the first turn. And same for Byron in second. Kyle Larson very tight on the door with Josh Berry in the 21. Both cars riding up the racetrack, nearly making contact with one another. And a great job by Larson, barely keeping it off the wall. And he does complete the pass down the back stretch for third. Chase Briscoe on the bottom of 3 wide. Maybe a little bit slicker part of the racetrack the lower you go at this moment, especially with the slicker tires on. Ryan Preece looking for some stage points, just breaking his way into the top 10 for the first time. A battle for 8th with rookie Connor Zilich. Ty Gibbs as well, just up the way as Preece now slips past Gibbs for 7th. Mentioned already, Preece won the Clash at the Bowman Gray Stadium earlier this year in conditions very similar to what we've seen so far today. Home track for Ryan Preece as well, slipping sideways through the middle of the corner, lost that spot to Gibbs that he just got. Losing a ton of momentum, one car hard against the outside wall backwards off of turn 4. Caution out again, it's Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
These cars are getting squirrely.
Decent damage to the left rear of this 47. All right. 21st before he got turned around. I mentioned Logano as well. 7 spots lost on the restart. Bottom right of your screen, you got to see Austin Dillon at the bottom, Denny Hamlin behind. Just loose, it looks like. Doesn't look like contact. This gets loose. I'm assuming there's probably some moisture or just misjudged the grip.
It's a big hit.
Here's the view. The Perez tree on board for Austin Dillon.
Left side tires on the seam.
Trevor told us the seams were damp. You had to be very careful. And Ricky back there racing hard with the 3 got his left sides on the seam.
I don't 100% know that's what it was, but clearly that car came around way before he was anticipating.
Now, we'll see what NASCAR says. I assume they'll have to open pit road. If they don't make them competitive stops, it's very simple. If you come down pit road, you restart the race kind of in the order you pitted. Decide about how many tires you change. If you change 2, you start in front of 4. Everyone who changes 4 tires, I don't know why you would change tires again, but that would be how it would operate. Pit road's looking better, though. I think that by the end of the stage, we should see some full speed pit stops.
Or they could actually not even open pit road, just go back green. You know, in these kind of conditions, Steve.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. I don't think any real takers are coming anyway.
Paul Wolf on screen, crew chief for Joey Logano. Feeling pretty good about life at the moment. The way that this 22 team has performed.
17 kind of in the middle there. Ty Dillon to his left, the 34 of Gillen to his right.
Oh, Joey.
Whoa,
you talked
Joey
about
Logano
Logano
washing
trying that
way
bottom
up the
lane,
racetrack.
just no grip.
pretty hard shot. Too,
Yeah.
17 on the right sides.
You heard about pre-race. So, heard pre-race about the 17. Wanted to just have a clean race here. Try to learn something.
Under this caution, still in stage 1. Unfortunately, due to Hayek Motorsports, Ricky Stenhouse spinning and tagging the wall. This is how it looked.
We haven't seen the rule come into effect yet, but also remember a couple weeks ago during the off week of the NASCAR Cup Series, NASCAR season in early August, they made a rule change where if a caution comes out in the final 10 laps of a stage, that is going to end stage 1 or stage 2 early so we can get pit road open, get back to racing sooner. We're at 17 laps to go in the stage. This caution obviously not going to end it, but if we were to get a quick yellow after this next restart, that could potentially end the stage if we get to that lap 60 marker. And so points to be had on this next restart might be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that it is more than likely going to be the final restart of the stage. And this is going to be very, very interesting. Shane Van Gisbergen had as much of about a 5.5-second lead before the competition caution at lap 40 to switch to slick tires. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. going for a spin on the slicks with the quick caution. I was expecting there to be a yellow. Getting back to racing again, just like we saw in the opening lap of the race. Driver's going to adapt a little bit better here. I do think being closer to the end of the stage and all these drivers in the top 10 just trying to keep track position, get those points, very crucial. Obviously, Shane Van Gisbergen in a situation, he absolutely needs points, but there's battle for seeding going on, like Ryan Blaney up in the top 10, trying to hold on to second ahead of Tyler Reddick and Ty Gibbs. Gibbs is right there, only one spot behind him. Reddick's having a poor day, chance to really pull away and maybe lock in a top 3 spot in the chase standings. And it may be, just maybe, an outside shot at the regular season title. Hamlin having that early trouble. He is still back in 23rd. So Blaney and Gibbs could capitalize on that. Maybe they still have a shot at Daytona to win the regular season title with a phenomenal points day today. Right now, looking good.
All the way up inside row 2, that's movement we normally see at the front. We'll see if the gamble pays off by taking the inside.
That's a great shot there of the New Hampshire Motor Speedway track drying significantly. Let's get ready to get this started and see if we can finish off this opening stage. That's seen a little bit of everything. Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone waiting for Shane.
All right, so we've got 15 laps to go. Stage 1, green flag back in the air. SVG outside of the first row again. Larson now outside of row 2. We'll see if he can jump to second. Bell pushing the back of the 24 on the front stretch before entering turns 1 and 2. Does Byron have enough grip to make the corner? He is now split 3 wide in the middle between Bell and Larson as they head for the exit of turn 2. Larson stays to the outside of the 24. Bell drops in line behind both the 5 and 24 on the back straight. Shane Van Gisbergen leads still into turns 3 and 4. Kyle Larson rocketing through, trying to clear his teammate for second, and does off turn 4. Byron wiggles a bit. Bell beats him to the outside. Now looking to take third on the front straightaway. And Byron back in line on the outside before Carson Hocevar out of nowhere up inside the top 5 will duck to the bottom of the 24 car and looking to take over fourth for himself. He'll be clear. Byron drops from second to fifth in the first lap and a half of the restart. Connor Zilic 3 wide middle between the Fords of Blaney and Josh Berry into turn 3. Zilic slides up the track right in front of Berry, bogs him up quite a bit. Aggressive move by the 20-year-old, and now somehow able to stay in front of both the 21 and 12. I thought for a chance there was going to be the 12 of Blaney sliding up in front of both cars with how backed up they got in the middle, but did not happen. Hocevar on the inside of 3 wide. Shane Van Gisbergen and Christopher Bell are up there, and SVG losing a ton of spots. I think he lifted to try to keep it off the wall as he nearly got pinched. A lot of track position lost and switching to the slick tires for Van Gisbergen. Losing the lead to Larson. Bell, Hocevar to second and third. 12 to go in the stage. We're 2 laps away from knowing that the race would be official for stage 1 at least. With another caution. As these aggressive battles go on inside the top 10. Connor Zilic trying to get by his teammate for 6th place now. Aggressive moves by Zilic actually panned out for him. Barry Blaney maybe cutting him a little bit of a break. Zilic to 6th, gets by SVG, who dominated the front half of stage 1, but now fading and maybe in danger of falling out of a position to get any stage points, which could bring Ryan Preece back into the chase hunt. SVG's all the way back to 9th now as Ryan Blaney's on his inside. And it's going to be hard with how far back he's fallen as quickly as he has to hang on to a top 10 position for the next 10 laps. Might be hoping for another quick caution to kind of save him at least a couple of positions, couple points here. Preece up to 10th, just off of the 97. After making a pass on Bubba Wallace for that 10th spot. Haven't called his name yet today until now. Bubba started deep in the field. Working his way forward. Carson Hocevar started 22nd to get up to 3rd. Rocketing forward 5 positions on the restart alone. Is definitely the one of the drivers who start further back in the field that has worked themselves forward. Zilic, another driver who started 20th or worse, in 20th, and he's up to 7th. Was 6th. Josh Berry got back around him there moments ago. Still hustling his way in front of his teammate as well as the 12 of Blaney. I noticed that 12 car's had a tough time trying to pass cars today. He's gotten passed by a couple of fast cars in the field, but he has not been able to make passes. He's tightly behind cars, looking like he's faster, just hasn't had an easy time. He's been trying to get to the bottom. He can get to the outside of a car. He's had a much better time of trying to make a pass. Larson's been able to make those aggressive moves. For instance, when Blaney was in line behind him, SVG trying to get to the bottom underneath Connor Zilic. They nearly touch off turn 2. 12 car maybe going to try to slip to the outside of the 97, but the 88 just not going fast enough. Not a lot of room for the 12. Squeezing his front bumper to the right rear of Shane Van Gisbergen. Hoping Zilic can put together another good corner. Blaney to the outside of both cars. Now he makes the aggressive move. 3 wide. It just slips by. A little bit of contact. Nowhere to go for Zilic in the middle. Got sandwiched between SVG and Ryan Blaney. Held on to his race car. That could have been a catastrophe off of turn 2. Zilic forced to lift in that situation, but did a great job not crashing. Ryan Blaney moves up 2 spots in 1 corner now to 7th. SVG 8th. Preece is looking on Zilic for 9th. And Chase Briscoe there as well. After starting 17th. 5 laps to go. Stage 1, top 5. Larson leads. Christopher Bell 2nd. And also, by the way, Bell just ran the fastest lap of the race at lap 61 on the restart. A 29.849. 846. Carson Hocevar in 3rd. William Byron 4th. Ty Gibbs round out the top 5 in 5th. 3 Chevys, 2 Toyotas up in the top 5. Highest running 4. Josh Berry in 6th at the moment, but Kyle Larson leads. Of the drivers up in the top 5 right now, 4 of them have not won this season, and all for those bigger teams, Hendrick Motorsports and or Joe Gibbs Racing. Between the 520 and the 24. All qualified up inside the top 10 as well, have been able to adapt wet weather and now slick tires. It's just amazing the speed difference that we saw from the start of the race to where we're at now. We're about 5 to 5.5 seconds faster a lap than what we were at the very start with the track drying up. And we're getting pretty close to our normal race speed. Not quite there yet, but we're getting there. Low 29.0s in qualifying at least yesterday. A 29.8 by Bell, the fastest lap. Because they're still running that like outer line above the seam, which is not the traditional fast line at this track. So there's still speed to be had. Driver's still trying to search for grip. Ryan Preece trying to make an important pass on SVG. He does. That's a 2-point swing, by the way, with those two battling for 16th in points. Preece is not out of the fight yet. He's putting on a good run early on. He's in 8th. Van Gisbergen back to 9th. The deficit was 50 points coming into the day. I might also add Austin Cindric still out of the top 10, and actually with the points as they run is showing Cindric 16th and not SVG. Austin Cindric's in 14th, out of a shot to get stage points with just a couple laps to go in stage 1. Larson with a 9/10 of a second lead over Bell, despite Bell being a little bit quicker. I think he's a little too far behind to try to catch the 5 cars that come to the final lap of stage 1 this time. Blaney picking up pace as he hounds Ty Gibbs for 6th. Josh Berry just passed Gibbs for 5th place a lap or 2 ago. And Blaney trying to get by him now in the final lap of the stage. We'll see if he's got enough time to do it. Zilch is falling out of the top 10. After running as high as 6th, is now back to 12th. Launched forward on the restart, but fell back quickly as the track got drier. Put in a couple of bad positions there, but held on to his race car. First green, white checkered flag in the air today as we finish it under green in a 15-lap dash to the end of the stage. Kyle Larson, by about a full second, beats Christopher Bell. Carson Hocevar 3rd. William Byron 4th. Josh Berry 5th. Ty Gibbs 6th. Ryan Blaney barely getting to 6th there right at the end of the stage. So Blaney 6th. Ty Gibbs 7th. 8th for Ryan Preece. Shane Van Gisbergen 9th. And Chase Briscoe round out the top 10. With that stage win for Kyle Larson, I do believe he has just clinched a spot in the chase. He was 8th in points coming into the day. So I'll update the points up at the top of the screen. Larson came in plus 143. Would have to be plus 75 above the cut, but getting the stage win 10 points there, that is good for him. So Kyle Larson has advanced into the chase through the first stage. I'm not going to rule Chastain out of it yet, just in case there are incidents for the likes of Cindric, Preece, or SVG going forward in this race. But if they honestly finish up in the top 20, he'll probably be mathematically eliminated some point, even with SVG and Preece getting stage points right now. Cindric did not, and wasn't a lot. I mean, it's a good thing SVG didn't win the stage for the hopes of Preece and Chastain below the cut. So 2 points for Van Gisbergen, 3 for Preece. Plus 54 for Cindric, plus 49 for SVG, Preece minus 49. Chastain with no stage points would have lost 2 of them to Van Gisbergen, minus 65. But he's in the garage and is going to end up with a last place finish, unfortunately. And then Jones and Keselowski didn't get any points there for stage 1. Jones was 18th, Keselowski 19th. 4th caution already to the day, our stage 1 break. 3 cautions in the first stage, 2 for incident. Carson Hocevar gets 8 points. Byron gets 7. Oops. And I don't think Wallace had any. Nope. All right. Leave the points up at the top are all calculated correctly post stage 1 today. It's just based off of where they came into the day and then the stage points that were awarded in stage 1. And again, Kyle Larson now locked into the chase as currently the 8 seed as they run. And he was only 1 point ahead of Logano for the 8 seed coming into the day. Logano gets no points in stage 1. Larson gets 10. So he'll pull away just a bit on a track that we expected Logano to be good, but starting in the wets, Joey's still outside the top 10.
Last in here, but if I stay in much longer, I'm going to need a ride in a cup car next week because I'm having too much fun.
Well, speaking of that, because you have that unique perspective, how do you think you would have gone behind the wheel? Would you like to have been out there in those conditions?
Hey, man, I mean, we're all pretty arrogant as race car drivers, so I feel like I could have been leading that thing. I don't know.
Thanks for the contribution again, Trevor. It's really good to have you in the pace car as our special analyst. Daytona 500 winner Trevor Bain.
Be a split decision here, I think, at the front of the field, or I believe there will be. Maybe everybody will come to pit road, softer left side tires, maybe 2 tires. Well, 3 stays out, so a few will stay on the racetrack. Marty.
Christopher Bell's in the car definitely loses drive. The longer we run, they finish second after that chaotic stage 1. They asked him, hey, there might be a little bit of split strategy here. What do you want to do?
Oh, crew member just got hit.
Tire changer with them, leaving the stall, and then a traffic jam.
Oh, my goodness.
Trying to get in the stall as well.
Nate Carson Hocevar charged from 9th. Nate took 4 tires for his car. You saw Kyle Larson, just a 2-tire stop with the 5.
There was a little hold up on the 77, and that was an awkward incident with the 20 of Christopher Bell and an incident for the 24 of William Byron.
Right side tires only for the 20. It's very close all the time. Oh, no, drag drops. He leaves. It's a timing situation. The tire changer had to go back in, gets carried out by the car.
Yeah, so what happened there with the 20 team, right side tires only, they dropped the jack. Bell went to go. The tire changer did not get back around the car in time. Now, he didn't get hit by the car itself, but because the hose was kind of trapped underneath the splitter, he was trying to get it out as Bell was leaving the box. So as he was hanging on to the hose, he was just kind of getting drug along there for a couple of seconds, sliding across the asphalt. Hopefully, he is all right. Bell kind of stopped and then went again once the crew member had started getting back up. Bell loses some time on the pit lane. There will be a penalty for Byron as the wedge adjuster was still in the back of his car, so that's going to be taking equipment out of the box. They'll have to come back down onto pit road, take the wedge adjuster out of the 24 after he was top 5 at the end of the stage. So that's 2 drivers in the top 5 at the end of stage 1 that are now going to be at the mercy of losing a ton of track position, especially Byron. He's going to be tail end of the lead lap. Slow stop for Carson Hocevar, who was 3rd at the end of the last stage. 4-tire stop, just slow on the crew, it looked like, for one reason or another. 3 drivers in the top 5, losing a ton of track position now, and they've got some work left to be had. Now, there were some drivers who stayed out of the pits completely. It looks like the top 5 stayed off of the pit lane. Ryan Preece, Zane Smith, Chase Elliott, Riley Herbst, and Cole Custer did not pit, so they'll gain track position, slightly older tires. I like the strategy call. I mean, they only have, probably 17, 18 green flag laps more on their tires, but with the slightly slick conditions still, I don't think that that's going to make a whole lot of a difference here. We shall see before I make the full assumptions as to what's going to go on, but MC Anti-Hero, thanks for tuning in. Heat wave in Texas, not here in Northern Ohio. It's a high of 73 where I live today. It's kind of cool. Cool August day. It'll be warmer later in the week, but cool day today. Very windy. Wind coming in off of Lake Erie. So for the next restart, Ryan Preece will be the leader then after staying out of the pits. He was the highest running of which he was 8th place at the end of stage 1. Zane Smith 2nd, Chase Elliott 3rd, Riley Herbst 4th, Cole Custer 5th, Chris Buescher now in 6th. 7th will be Kyle Larson, who won the race off pit road. Josh Berry in 8th, Ty Gibbs 9th, Ryan Blaney 10th, Bubba Wallace 11th, Connor Zilic 12th.
With us, 301 presented by Toyota at New Hampshire Motors. Seeing a couple of Dollar Tree Toyota drivers there. Christopher Bell. That awkward time on pit road, but it wasn't just him. Also William Byron.
Yeah, you cannot get an adjustment on right side tires if you drop the jack. You either are going to leave or have to wait for an adjustment. The driver leaves off the jack, but the myriad of issues up and down pit road, it wasn't just the 24. We also saw the 20, same thing. Driver, double clutch. You saw the tire changes start to get up. The jack comes down. That's a timing situation. I'm sure Christopher Bell feels awful. He drug tire changer Blake Houston right there out of the stall, Marty. Scary, scary time for the 20 car.
Yeah, Christopher did check on the radio immediately. He said, "Is Blake okay?" And he is fine. I just asked Blake, "You feeling okay?" He said, "Yep, I'm all good." In fact, the paramedics came just a moment ago to see if he needed attention. He waved them off and said, "Nope, I'm all good." They should stop one time. They're going to stop here for a second time. They took on left side tires, and Blake Houston's going to come over here and make this third stop here for the 20 bunches to make sure that everything is all good with that right front. And they loosened them up a bunch, Steve. They said, "We get this going to be in traffic." But great to report Blake Houston okay.
Well, the main thing is Blake Houston is okay, first and foremost. Very costly stops for both the 24 and the 20. 24 was leading the race. 20 was running 4th. They're both in the back of the pack now.
Talking about 2 of the top 4 ranked crews on pit road with those uncharacteristic errors.
6 cars staying out, 17. He was in 30th and 41, 28. So, the 9 car, 23rd, 35, and 26.
You also don't see the 77 of Hosenbar stalled his car. He'll restart.
Larson on the first with fresh tires on the inside of row 3 for the restart. Oddly enough, Preece actually going to take the bottom of row 1, being the leader. He was the only car that was in the top 10 at the time of those that stayed out of the pit lane. Green flag is back in the air here at New Hampshire. Start of stage 2 underway, and Ryan Preece still gets a good launch on the inside of row 1, trying to slide up on Zane Smith, but he is not clear yet. Smith trying to stick his nose in there, but slips up off turn 2. Barely keeping it off the outside wall. Ryan Preece is going to be clear after all. And Larson trying to hang on in there to the inside for 3rd on Chris Buescher in the 17, who got a piece of the wall a little earlier. Also stayed out of the pits, trying to get some track position. Wonder how much damage is on Buescher's race car. Chase Elliott going backwards in a hurry. Same for Riley Herbst of those that had stayed out of the pit lane. Josh Berry motoring by both. Larson already has, of course, and now several other cars. Bubba Wallace on fresher tires looking to make a pass on the 9. Larson slips well up the racetrack, pushing the issue, and Josh Berry is going to get to the inside, but not quite complete the pass off of turn number 4. The battles for 4th, but the first of those on fresh tires between Josh Berry and Kyle Larson. Looked like Berry actually might have gotten into the left rear of Larson. Kyle ran him down the track looking to throw a late block into turn 3. Didn't work out very well. Got a little loose, and now Berry will complete the pass with his slider in turns 1 and 2. Larson trying to back up the middle of the corner with a crossover, but he can't get back to the inside, and Josh Berry clear. Again for 4th place off of turn 4. And how about Bubba Wallace up to 6th? Highest he's been in the running order today. Haven't really talked about him much other than when he just barely crept up into the top 10 on the last restart. And now he's up near the top 5. But he's the 3rd car of those that pitted during the stage break. Jumping a couple extra positions with the problems for the 77, the 20, and the 24 on pit road, of course. We're all top 5 at the end of the last stage. They are now all outside the top 10. Couple cars still trying to test that outside lane above the traditional racing line at New Hampshire, that darker asphalt on the bottom. Just where the track is most dry because of all those drivers running up there in the wet weather tires through the first half of stage number 1. Carson Hocevar making some passes in that outer line on slower cars. Oh, crash on the front stretch. Speaking of Hocevar, he's around. Spinning like a top down the front straightaway. Joey Logano also spun around. I think he got hit trying to check up. Quite a bit of damage on the right front of the 77. How much does Logano have as well? Flat right front tire, at least for Carson Hocevar as he tries to circle back to pit road. Left front tire also flat as he drags the car. And he's probably going to fall off the lead lap. Having to circle back around the way he is. Was in the outer groove, got up on the seam, exiting turn 4. And it just looked like he went to cut down and block Connor Zilisch on the front stretch, and he wasn't clear and turned himself off the front bumper of the 88. Austin Dillon and Joey Logano run into each other trying to check up into turn 1 for Hocevar. Dillon did not get to the brakes in time, and that's what spun the 22 car around. Yeah, it just looked like he missed time to block. Hocevar tried to move down on the 88 and just, he wasn't clear. Both cars obviously on the gas. It was so far down the front stretch by the time he actually had the contact and spun. And Zilisch couldn't go any lower because I believe it was Riley Herbst in the 35 who's underneath both cars. So, even with Zilisch moving, or Hocevar moving down. Okay. Yeah, so there was a little contact off turn 4 initially, and then they drove for another 100 feet or so, and then Carson Hocevar kind of turned down on him. I don't know if he was trying to hit him because there was contact initially, and then he turned himself. And Austin Dillon hit Joey Logano pretty good. It looked like twice, once in the left front and then the left rear. And Austin Dillon actually got hit from behind by Daniel Suarez. That's why he was coming in there so high. A chain reaction of events there. So Suarez into Dillon, into Logano, which is what spun the 3 and the 22 around. I don't think there's much damage on the 88. He should be able to fight on, and you got to hope that there's no damage. So he's going to continue to run where he is. He's been top 15 the entire race so far through 85 laps. You just wonder, did the temper of Hocevar get the best of him there?
Wait.
Several listen to some radio comments on
Right.
this.
Here's Zilich's radio.
Catch that.
Did that to himself, says Connor Zilisch. I'd say he kind of did. I didn't see the contact the first couple replays. I saw that it looked like Zilisch got into the left rear of Hocevar. They were 3 wide. Things got tight up out of turn 4, and then halfway down the straightaway, Hocevar, whether it was a block or he was trying to sideswipe the 88, and because he was so close with his left rear on the right front of Zilisch, he just turned himself. Hung up. Brad Keselowski, by the way, was the car on the inside, not Riley Herbst, when they were 3 wide initially. So Keselowski was on the inside of both Zilisch and Hocevar there. But they were 3 wide. We've seen contact 3 wide a couple of times off the exit of the corners here, too. Not good for Carson Hocevar, who has had incidents in recent weeks that have dropped him from 5th to 11th in points with issues 2 weeks in a row now. Both mechanically, and this week now a spin early in stage 2. He did get 8 stage points in stage 1, which helps him a little bit, but he's going to fall off the lead lap with damage. More than likely. Right now, Hocevar scored 2 laps down as he tried to limp his way to pit road. Ryan Preece is still the leader at the time of the caution to get 115 laps for stage 2 today. Pretty even in length, 115 and 116 in stages 2 and 3 today. They're still outside the fuel window to make it to the end of the stage, even with this early caution, as we have a little less than 100 to go. Josh Berry, of those that pitted during the stage break, is up to 3rd. Highest in the running order that did pit then. Top two are still of the cars that stayed out, Ryan Preece and Zane Smith. So Preece leads, Zane Smith in second, Josh Berry third, Chris Buescher fourth, Kyle Larson fifth, and Bubba Wallace in sixth. Heading for the next restart. You're listening live on KRC. We'll take a quick break as our live commentary coverage continues. B. Dobson, Peachy, thanks for tuning in. Where can you watch the race live? USA Network is where today's race is broadcasted for the NASCAR Cup Series. Next week at Daytona, it will be on NBC. First NBC telecasted race of the year. And then it'll be the first until, I believe, the final 4 races of the season on NBC. And then USA Network will have the first 6 races of the chase. The last 4 will be NBC.
Show for episode 3 of NASCAR Americana. I know many of you have enjoyed the last 2 weekends. It's presented by Busch Light, and it goes from the roots on southern back roads to the rise as a national institution. This docuseries explores the people, the traditions that shape stock car racing, the sport of NASCAR that we love so much. You get special insight from 2311 guys too, of five-time winner this year, Daytona 500 winner Tyler Reddick, and Bubba Wallace, as we take you back for another replay, Jeff, of the Hocevar incident.
Yeah, so contact right here. Watch the right front tire on Hocevar's car. Clearly input to the wheel, and then watch from this angle. Going down the straightaway, contact right here. Car gets straight, and then boom, right there, turns to the left.
So the 77 runs a lap down in 32nd position. Let's get this going again. We've got a big chunk of stage 2 to go. Ryan Preece leads the field. Fellow Ford driver right behind him in Josh Berry. Fellow Ford driver in Zane Smith on his outside right behind now, as they roar down the backstretch here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
Josh Berry in at 21. Bubba Wallace in at 23. Both on 4 tires.
Look at this. 3 wide into turn 1. Keselowski, Gibbs, and Elliott on the outside. Austin Hill tucked in there as well. Dollar Tree view for the 43 of Eric Jones. Eric sits in 15th at the moment. 2 guys on different strategies here. Josh Berry came in on lap 74. Ryan Preece did not come in. He's been out there. He last pitted on lap 43.
Yeah, and he had a little bit of cushion before that last yellow. He didn't want to see the restart. Now he's lost that track position and has some older tires. It's going to be very, very difficult to continue to hold these cars off. Blaney kind of cannonballs into the left side of Bubba Wallace. 4 wide here. Sorted out the 3 wide. Jones, Zillage, Hamlin. Hamlin still trying to recover from being in a first lap incident with Reddick. Not really in it. He had to just stop to avoid it. No damage, but lost his track position.
These 2 guys are on the same strategy, Jeff. They came in on lap 74. 2 tire change. Bubba Wallace, Ryan Blaney.
Look at Ryan, how fast he rolls the center of the corner.
The good friends racing hard here at Loudon. That's for 3rd place.
It's really difficult pass to make. Now the track is dry. It's very hard to carry enough momentum on corner exit, especially in turn 2. It gets really tight over there. It's hard to get your car to rotate. Right here in the middle, you can see the advantage Ryan Blaney has, but Bubba Wallace has a really good job of leaving the corners with good speed Oh, he's going to let him go. Bubba Wallace right there. It just feels like Blaney's faster.
Blaney said yesterday he's a big believer in momentum. And he feels there was a little gesture there, hand gesture to say thanks to Bubba for making life easy on him. He said he's a big believer in momentum, and this 12 team has been working hard to keep that momentum and also to close the gap on what has been the dominant Toyotas this year.
Well, this is the racetrack that they want to be at, right? We saw the speed Penske last week. Here they come to New Hampshire. Josh Berry leading this race, Penske affiliation. Ryan Blaney's so good here. I'm impressed with Priest, too.
Yeah.
Over tires. He's hanging in there pretty well.
And he likes it spreading out, right? Because now he might lose a spot to Blaney, but he can probably get back in line and run 5 or 6 more laps until the next guy's in line.
I'm curious to see now that Blaney is clear what kind of lap time he can make compared to Josh Berry. Josh Berry has an average finish at this racetrack of 2.5.
Yeah.
That's
Best, best track on the schedule for him. What's the gap between Berry and Blaney? 1.5 seconds. There it is right there. Think about how many laps that Ryan Preece has turned this week with the modifieds, the late models, and here in his Cup car. He's done a lot of driving, but he's at home. He's so happy to be here.
Well, if you talk to Larson or some of these other drivers, Brown will be very adamant that there's nothing replaces time in the car. It doesn't matter what car. Dirt, go-karts, little karts, full-size cars. He just believes in it kind of exercises the same sort of like eye-hand coordination, car feel, reps.
Are we setting up, and it's still very early in this race, but are we setting up for a historical repeat between Josh Berry and Ryan Blaney? Let's take you back to last year. It was a thriller between these two Ford drivers, one for the Wood brothers, one for Team Penske. Josh threw everything he had at Ryan Blaney, but it was Blaney who hung on to win. Break the JGR stranglehold. Joe Gibbs Racing had won 3 in a row until then. Josh was desperately disappointed. That would have been his second win on the season and second career win. But this man here, Jeff, was just too strong.
Yeah, he was. Josh made one big lunge at him and just got real loose on corner entry and couldn't make it stick. That lap, Blaney was a little bit quicker, Dave, than Berry was.
And Jeff, we knew that between last year's run, which we just showed, and the short track career of Josh Berry, that he was going to be a threat again today. So when I talked to his crew chief, Miles Stanley, I said, yeah, but what about if we start in the wet, which we did? He goes, oh, Josh is excited. After they ran some rain laps at Bowman Gray Stadium, he said he's very comfortable racing in the wet. And look what he did. Kept that car that qualified second out of trouble and finished 6th in the first stage, to gain stage points as well. So good day for Josh Berry going here, leading the race.
And rather than just hearing more words from us about what it's been a good recent run from Josh Berry, the numbers don't lie. 7th at Indy, 4th in Iowa, 8th last weekend in Richmond. He's on a roll.
Consistency. Bubba Wallace slowly working to the left side of Ryan Preece. Preece is going to make this pass very difficult.
Kim, what you got on Ryan Preece?
Yeah, Ryan Preece doing a really good job holding on with older tires. Remember, he did not come at the end of stage 1. Crew chief Derek Finlay elected to keep him out if they were able to get the front row. They did. He led 17 laps on his home track. They came on about lap 90 and said 25 more laps until we pit. They will come down around lap 115. Marty, they've done a great job of giving him 5-lap increments so he knows what he has to work with to hold on until they can get him on pit road and fresh tires.
Tim, it was a fun battle to watch Ryan Preece and Bubba Wallace battle for that 3rd position. Finally, Bubba Wallace able to get that spot. After qualifying yesterday, when the 23 team qualified 23rd, Bubba Wallace was very upset. And his frustration came from the fact that we put so much effort into this race, and it just feels like it's not paying off. Well, it may not have paid off on Saturday, but it's paying off on Sunday. That effort certainly worth it. On pace in merit, Bubba Wallace has driven from 23rd up to 3rd here. And Charleston Knight told me a moment ago, we also had a little bit of luck. I asked him, what was that? He said, we didn't wreck in the wet tires. So 3-wide battle on the racetrack there with Logano trying to make a comeback in the 77 as well.
Hocevar in the middle.
Hocevar and Logano racing with a free pass, a little contact. I'm shocked at the 77. It looked to me like it had absolute steering damage. That's what I said after the wreck. It just must have been the flat tires, the way the weight of the car was not working. Because the front tires were pointed right coming down pit road, but it wanted to go straight. But here he is at full speed.
Still 3 wide, just a change of positions. They get by Eric Jones, and this fight to get back on the lead lap between Hocevar and Logano continues.
Oh. Tight racing, a good battle going on between Logano and Hocevar, slingshotting one another through other slower traffic. Joey Logano coming out on top for right now as they battle for the free pass position, which would be 30th place, both involved in that last incident. So we'll see how that works out for them. And obviously, if any other cars go lap down, it's going to hinder their progress in trying to get back on the lead lap if we do have a long green flag run. Kind of due for one. We tend to have them here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Just haven't had it yet. 5 cautions already. We had the comp yellow at lap 40, the stage end at lap 70, and then 3 incidents, 2 in stage 1, 1 early in stage 2. Josh Berry, the race leader, but Ryan Blaney running him down. He's less than a half a second off the lead the last time by the start-finish line. They're 4.2 seconds ahead of Bubba Wallace in 3rd, and then Ryan Priest 5 seconds out of the lead in 4th. We'll go through the rest of the running order now. Chris Buescher still holds in 5th. 6th is Kyle Larson. Zane Smith 7th. Brad Keselowski 8th. Ty Gibbs 9th. And Denny Hamlin up in the top 10 for the first time since the opening lap. Austin Cindric is in 11th. Chase Briscoe 12th. Riley Herbst 13th. Chris Bravell on a comeback to 14th. Austin Hill 15th. William Byron 16th. Had a pit penalty earlier. Alex Bowman 17th. Tyler Reddick also was a lap down early with the spin. He is now 18th. Chase Elliott 19th. And Cole Custer in 20th. Shane Van Gisbergen dropped to 21st after leading laps in the wet weather tires earlier. Connor Zilich, after being up as high as 6th in the running order, now back to 22nd. Noah Gregson 23rd. Todd Gillen 24th. Eric Jones 25th. Ty Dillon 26th. Daniel Suarez 27th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with damages 28th. Michael McDowell 29th. And then again, Joey Logano 30th. Carson Hocevar 31st. First cars 1 lap down. AJ Allmendinger's in 32nd. Cody Ware 33rd. John Nemechek 34th, 35th, Austin Dillon off track, 15 laps down, and Ross Chastain drivetrain issue there. He is going to be out of the race, finishing 36th in last. So that is a full field running order. 110 laps complete out of 3:01. A little less than an hour and a half into the race. 28 caution laps so far, 7 lead changes. And with Ryan Blaney getting closer to the front of the field, we may see another lead change coming shortly. Best lap of the race was, I believe, Ryan Blaney at lap 100. Ran a lap time of 29.977. I see a 9.87 by Larson. That's a little bit quicker on lap 61. So it looks like Larson may have the fastest lap of the race so far, but Blaney the fastest car on track at this moment. And is now close enough to Josh Berry that we can capture them on one camera shot somewhat close up as they're within just a couple car lengths of one another. Denny Hamlin making another pass on track as he bypasses Zane Smith for 9th place. Trying to get himself back in contention after starting 4th. Had to come to a complete stop after the spinning Reddick on lap 1 to keep from having significant contact with him. Stayed on the lead lap where Reddick fell lap down, unfortunately, so Reddick had to come back from that with getting a free pass earlier in the day. Denny Hamlin has just had to drive through traffic. Hamlin ahead of Reddick for right now. Reddick's still back in, it looks like 17th for the time being. And when does Ryan Blaney make this pass on Josh Berry for the lead? Getting closer to him. Definitely driving it in much deeper on corner entry. Catches him in the front half, but that allows Berry to maybe get back to the gas a little sooner. Waiting for more straightaway speed. Blaney altering his line a bit, trying to run about a lane to a lane and a half lower than Berry through the center of the corner.
impressive because remember, when you come down a second time like Byron has, you have to line up behind the lap down cars as well. I know there's only a couple of them, but it's 2 or 3 more cars you have to pass.
You mentioned Chase Briscoe for Joe Gibbs Racing, and he is the first car on that lap 74 strategy, which these two are on here. They took 2 tires. This man here in the Zep Toyota Camry for Joe Gibbs Racing is the first on that strategy to take 4 tires on that cycle. So deeper into this run, we'll see how that works for the driver of the 19. There's still 71 laps left in this stage.
With the rain, we haven't really been able to focus on what I would consider some standard talking points. A new tire combination here in New Hampshire. Jeff, we thought that it definitely lost more grip than tires have in the past. As you see Briscoe using those 4 tires to turn to the left side of Zane Smith, who's on much older tires. But I think you and I were both excited to think that tires matter. This is a track where we've seen track position really dominate. We would love new tires to be an advantage and, kind of encourage cars to be on alternate strategies.
So you've got a scrap going on here with Cindric and Bell. Time for a Toyota driver update to show you who's doing what. And Bubba Wallace is the highest place, sits 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, my apologies to Christopher Bell when I was giving updates of recoveries. I mentioned Byron Briscoe. Forgot Bell, who's also plus 10.
He is rolling. I mean, the pace this car has and the number of cars that he's fast. I thought yesterday he had one of the best cars in practice. I spoke
Me
to him
too.
this morning, and he was like, I'm not so happy. Top 10 would be a good day for us. And I was very surprised to hear him say that.
Maybe that's just because he has this expectation being he's won 2 of the last 4 races here. Has that feel he's looking for. Sometimes, even though the car is fast, if it doesn't have the feel, the driver's not as excited as he could be.
There's a couple of teammates, bottom box. Ryan Priest, Chris Buescher. Let's talk more about Ryan Priest with Kim.
Yeah, Ryan Priest still in that 4th position. We thought they were only going to come down lap 115. That lap has come and gone because Ryan has been able to hang on to Chief Derek Finley and decided to push it later into the run. That way he had fresher tires for the second half of this stage. Take a listen to the radio communication.
25, 130, so whatever it is. Well, and how with these guys, man, we're good to keep running.
Guys, got to figure it out now. Keep driving, okay?
So the driver a little bit frustrated with over communication from the team. So Jeff, how much information is too information?
I'll be honest, I don't really need to know when we're going to pit. Just give me a couple last scores is all I need to know. But, every driver's different. Some drivers like to be involved in that conversation. But, Ryan Priest clearly is like, hey, look, you guys figure that out. I'm going to drive this race car. Just tell me what you want me to do.
That's what he was telling Derek Finley, just in a more assertive way.
Well, he does not have time to have a rational conversation.
Marty, what you got?
Creeping into that window where teams will split stage 2 in half. Alan Gustafson making the call to bring Chase Elliott to pit road on the very early side of that window. They had a rough stop earlier in the day, a little miscommunication on that stop. Had to stop a second time, and that's why they stayed out. And you got to wonder if this is going to bring a lot more cars down pit road, especially, Steve, those who stayed out, like we heard the radio from Ryan Priest a moment ago.
Yeah, you lose about 30 seconds, 31 seconds pitting with a good pit stop, which is what Chase Elliott has. So now let's just watch this 9 for a couple laps and see what new tires really look like. Because there have been races here, Jeff, where you leave pit road with new tires and you don't even really go anywhere. This corner right here, this car should have way more grip than the cars in front of them if you think new tires are going to matter. And look, it kind of does, but
I would like to see the next lap.
Hey, guys, check this out. This is just a short while ago. And yes, it's the 2 youngsters.
Oh,
Connor
jeez.
Zilic.
Zilic and Hocevar, door to door on the front stretch. Hocevar kind of runs up into the side of Connor Zilic as they exit turn 4, then bodies him down into turns 1 and 2. I mean, he is just bullying the rookie for an incident that I personally thought was Carson Hocevar's fault. Hocevar still upset with Connor Zilic, and he's letting him know it. Subtle contact. He didn't squeeze him into the wall or, turn him or anything, but little contact, drives on by. Hocevar obviously still lap down. Zilic on the lead lap. Ryan Priest to pit road for a green flag stop.
Time 3 and 4. Those 4 fresh Goodyears going on in Sunoco Fuel.
Race off and away, 4-tire stop. Alex Bowman in the 48 is going to make his way down. Michael McDowell in the 71 also on pit road.
This team was very optimistic about what they had today. Crew Chief Blake Harris telling me they felt they were good on the long run, just to use a little bit more grip on that 48.
Kim, surprised Michael McDowell was able to make it last this long into that stage. Radioed pretty early into stage 2. He felt like he had a right rear vibration, but he was able to limp it all the way until 62 to go here in stage 2 for Michael McDowell, Kim.
Here's Connor Zilic. He just reported still tight center, loose firing off. You see the chassis adjustment to try and help that for Connor Zilic.
Been a productive day.
Zilic off and away on 4 fresh tires. Riley Herbst also making his way down to pit road. Alternate strategies beginning here, middle of stage 2 at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Josh Berry still leads. Ryan Blaney got to within about 0.3 of a second of Berry. Back half of this tire stint right now, and Berry's pulled back out to a 1.5-second lead again. Other drivers on pit road for green flag pit stops would include Austin Hill, 33. He has just made his way down. And still waiting to see on if anybody inside the top 10 will pit. We have not seen any of them make a stop yet during this run. Chase Elliott, who was the first car to make a pit stop for 4 fresh tires during the midst of this green flag cycle. Out there trying to make up some lap time and make positions back up after he stayed out of the pits during the stage break. Hoping to keep some track position. He actually ended up falling right back out of the top 20 where he was running for most of the day. So it has been a struggle for this 9-car. Qualified 29th yesterday afternoon as well. So it has just been a rough weekend for that number 9 for Hendrick Motorsports. Well, we've seen the other 3 up in the top 10 at various points in this race today. Not by strategy. Bowman, for a brief moment, was up in the top 10 on the wet tires. Then William Byron before the pit road penalty. Kyle Larson's been top 5 or 6 all day, still in 6th. Brad Keselowski moving forward. He just passed Larson for 5th place on the track. 8 positions gained since the restart for Bad Brad. One of the better runs he's had in quite some time. We'll see if he can put it together. All the RFK Fords looking like they've got decent speed so far today. We've seen with the shorter, flatter ovals, Team Penske, Wood Brothers, Josh Berry have definitely been the class of the field, but maybe RFK starting to make some moves. Ryan Preece has been able to lead on strategies today and probably leading his own strategy. Was top 10 at the end of the last stage. Keselowski moving forward after starting 25th, and Chris Buescher, even with contact with the wall, still looked to be pretty quick there as he actually passed Ryan Preece out right before Preece came to pit road. And again, he's in 4th. So top 10 in the running order, intervals between them as we get closer to green flag pit stops. Josh Berry ahead by 0.9 of a second now over Ryan Blaney. 5 seconds to Bubba Wallace in 3rd. Chris Buescher is 10.4 seconds back in 4th. Brad Keselowski 12.3 back in 5th. Kyle Larson 13.7 seconds off the lead in 6th. Ty Gibbs in 7th. It's 15.6 back. 16.7 seconds off the lead, Denny Hamlin in 8th. Chase Briscoe in 9th is 17.6 back. And William Byron in the top 10, 16 positions gained from the restart. He's 19.1 seconds off the leader as well. Just over an hour and a half in, 5 cautions, 7 lead changes, and we should see green flag pit stops, I would imagine, somewhat soon as we're past halfway through stage 2 for those that have not yet made a pit stop in the 2nd stage. We'll see how long they go. Tire fall off right now. It looks like about a second of fall off from the beginning of the run to where we're at the moment. So not a lot, but still at least some. Ryan Blaney trying to stay within that second advantage that if he pits a lap earlier than Berry, he's got a chance to leapfrog him. Right now, he's within that range. Take another break. Again, you're listening live. KRC full flag-to-flag coverage of today's New Hampshire Motor Speedway Dollar Tree 301 continues. Back from commercial on USA Network as our coverage continues. Josh Berry in the 21 continues to lead. Blaney, who had gotten to within a couple tenths of a second, was growing closer. Bubba Wallace from 3rd place on pit road.
Wallace gives up 3rd to come to pit road.
Chris Buescher's in as well. Same for Denny Hamlin and Christopher Bell. Shane Van Gisbergen's in.
From the back of the field to the back half of the top 10 and kind of stopped there. He said the car just needed to be freed up a little bit more to be in that much of traffic.
Ty Gibbs, Kyle Larson making their way to pit road next lap. Chase Briscoe is in also. And William Byron.
Scans. Out the 5-car now, so he'll hit his marks. Nice, solid. Marty.
See right now, William Byron, terrific on the longer run. Rudy Fugelson, hey, want any big changes? Said nothing big here. Feel really good about that long run pace.
Leader of race, Josh Berry on pit lane now. 2 tires last time. He'll take 4 this time. That he is a bit loose. That race car, but pretty much happy out front in clean air. Wood Brothers True going to work now. Tire.
Look at this.
Race off pit road. Josh Berry, Ryan Blaney nose to tail. Blaney definitely gained some time in the pits versus the 21 team driver, pit crew alike, but Berry keeps the lead as they pitted on the exact same lap. Other faster cars back on pit road as the cycle continues. Tyler Reddick is in at the moment, making his 4-tire stop. And the cycling off pit road with these two being a few car lengths apart, there was a lap car between both the 21 and 12 at the front of the field. Inverse of how we saw at the finish of last year's race with Ryan Blaney winning and Josh Berry finishing second. It's Berry leading the laps. Blaney has not yet led a lap in today's race. Blaney went on to lead over 100 last year before the race victory. Josh Berry currently has led for 43, up to 7 lead changes now. Through the cycling of the green flag pit stops, most of the field has made their stops. Ryan Preece, who was of the first to pit road at an alternate strategy, has cycled back into 6th. It will be 5th once Cole Custer hits pit road. Actually, it'll be 4th once Custer and Suarez both pit. And he was running about 4th before the cycle started, so doesn't look to have lost much time. A lot of Fords will be up in the top 10 between Berry, Blaney, Preece, Busher, Keselowski once everything cycles. Zane Smith might even be up there as well. As he's just a spot behind Brad. 18 laps led on the season for Berry through the first 24 races. He's led more than double that already this afternoon. 3 straight top 10s for Berry coming into this race today. And keep an eye on Christopher Bell, who restarted further back in the pack. He still has the fastest lap of the race today. Pitted a little bit later into that run. He scored in 19th right now, but he has gained a lot of positions since that last restart. And there's still quite a few cars that were deeper on the lead lap that have yet to pit. He'll easily cycle in front of. May have an outside shot of getting to the top 10 before the end of stage 2. Had a slow pit stop. Put him at the back of the pack a little earlier. Lap traffic, Berry maybe struggling just a little bit more in recent laps. Ryan Blaney closing the gap again. No lappers between the top 2 for now until Berry makes a pass in turns 1 and 2 on one of the slower cars. Turns 3 and 4, excuse me. Blaney cuts to the inside. A little bit better for the 12 car, getting by the lapper than the 21. Joey Logano on to pit road.
Here comes Joey Logano. It's been a rough day since that crash. Dave?
The attention of his crew, yeah, they just repair on that car. Now running a lap down and make something out.
Definitely with the momentum in a track suiting the driving style and just the speed that the Team Penske cars have had in recent years with the next gen. Logano was looking forward to this weekend, but after a poor qualifying effort and then the early spin in stage 2, starting the race on wet weather tires, maybe couldn't move forward as quickly as he would have hoped had the race been just dry in a normal race, if you will, from the start, definitely setting him behind. But at least for Josh Berry and Ryan Blaney, they have adapted to both the rain and now the dry tires of first and second. They are battling for the lead. And Ryan Blaney again closing the gap on Berry. Longer the last run went, Berry was able to stretch the lead back out. We'll see if that'll happen again as the 12 continues to pressure the 21. Cindric is back up in the top 10, by the way, but I don't know if he has pitted yet. Switch my screen here. I want to see if he's been to pit road. Last pitted at lap 119. So it looks like he actually pitted about 12 laps before a lot of the leaders. 12 to 13 laps. So he's on the short side of the run, which is why he had cycled up. So Cindric, another Ford, and another Penske car, in fact, that will be up inside the top 10. Joey Logano can get back on the lead lap and get the free pass maybe at the end of stage 2. He could still get a good finish out of the day. I believe that they're speeding that car. I don't think he lost much with the damage that he had. It made some repairs. He's just cycling off pit road right now. We'll glance back in a couple laps, maybe where his lap times are versus the 2 leaders pacing the field. Bubba Wallace gaining time as well. He was 5 seconds off the lead when the pit stop started. He's just less than 3 seconds back as we run. Interval with the top 5 positions. 2/10 back for Blaney versus Josh Berry, the leader. 2.9 back to Bubba Wallace in third. Ryan Preece 5.8 seconds off the lead in fourth. He's gained a little bit of time as well. Chris Buescher lost some time in the pits, still in fifth at 9.8 seconds off the lead. 42 laps to go, stage 2 at the line. Next lap car, I believe, is the 71 of Michael McDowell in front of Josh Berry. Blaney gets a good exit to turn 2. Berry trapped behind the lap car in the back straightaway. Will pull out a line to make the dive to the inside on McDowell into turn 3. Blaney, wider entry through the center of the corner. Cuts down to the painted line on the bottom of the track. Now he has to clear McDowell. Berry clear off turn 4. Blaney going to have to complete the pass in the front half of turns 1 and 2. A lot more lap traffic where that came from in the upcoming laps. And it won't be long before they catch him. Might be the best opportunity for Blaney to make a pass in the lead is trying to find a way to maybe pick Josh Berry behind one of the slower cars ahead. Berry has one slip up or struggles to make a pass on one of those lap cars upcoming. That is definitely going to create an opportunity. We'll run down to the top 10. Josh Berry leads. Ryan Blaney in second. Bubba Wallace third. Ryan Preece fourth. Chris Buescher is fifth. Daniel Suarez in sixth place. Seventh is Brad Keselowski. Kyle Larson eighth. Ty Gibbs ninth. Austin Cindric rounds out the top 10. About halfway home here today at New Hampshire in just a couple more laps. Ryan Blaney searching to the outside on Josh Berry for the lead off turn 2. Berry cuts him off. Blaney lifted just a little bit there as he did not want to get potential squeeze into the wall, but he almost got there. He made an aggressive pass 3 wide on a couple of slower cars earlier when they were just making the switch to the dry tires. Thought he was going to try that same line. He's definitely wanting to get to the outside of Berry. He's kind of looked at the inside a couple of times and couldn't close the gap close enough. Now he's going to try to beat the 21 to the outside. Berry knows that, and he's going to do his best to protect that line. Now Blaney goes to the inside. He's underneath Josh Berry off the exit of turn 4. Drag race for the lead. Berry had to lift off of the exit of the corner. Blaney's going to be clear as they cross the start-finish line. First lead of the day for Ryan Blaney at about the halfway mark in the Dollar Tree 301 as he tries to go back-to-back at New Hampshire 2 years in a row. 3 wide lap traffic up the way, but Blaney's already putting some distance between himself and Josh Berry after just taking the lead. Kind of a long time coming since the restart. Restarted in 9th. 8 positions gained over the course of 80 laps. Last lap, Bubba Wallace a little bit quicker than Josh Berry still as well. We'll see if he can run him down from second. Couple laps out of the pit lane for Joey Logano, 30.499, by the way. A few tenths faster than Ryan Blaney that last lap. So there's definite speed in that 22 car. If he can get back on the lead lap, probably going to take a miracle to get himself in contention to win this race today. But again, he could still get a good finish with how much speed all the Fords all the way around, Wood Brothers, Penske, and even RFK today have. Front row, Zane Smith spending some time up in the top 15.
Had to chase the car up the racetrack, and Blaney's car's been rolling the ball really well and just took complete advantage of it. It's a little bit of a mistake for Berry, and then he's like, hey, I know you're quicker. I'm not going to drive into turn 3 on your door.
We mentioned earlier in the show, for those of you who weren't with us a little while ago, that the man sitting in between Steve and myself, Jeff Burton, a 4-time winner here in New Hampshire. Was there something that you did specifically that made you so good here? I mean, one of the races, you led every single lap. That was in 1999. You came from 38th to win the race. What did you do that made you so special here?
When you watch Blaney, that corner entry speed here, I think it's just free. I think this is one of those racetracks where you can actually overdrive the entry, and it doesn't hurt you that much. The center of the corner is so far away, you can get it slowed down and get it pointed in the right direction. That's what Blaney does as well. It carries tons of entry speed. I just think it's free. I think it's not much penalty if you make a mistake.
3 cars that are having very good runs today, and that is all 3 RFK Racing Fords. Roush, Fenway, Keselowski. I say it all the way out because the Fenway group, based in New England, yes, the same group that owns the Red Sox, a big part of this team, has been there for decades, or over a decade for sure. And the 60 of Priest running 4th, the 17 of Busher 5th, Brad Keselowski 6th. So RFK really showing up. And I will tell you, this being one of the first weeks of 2 sets of tires and 50 minutes of practice, I wasn't sure what we would learn, and I think it really was a telltale. Blaney good in practice, very great in practice. I didn't see it so much out of the 6, but I thought the 17 was good in practice. Yep. Larson, Gibbs, Hamlin, and a look at the top 9. Really the only car missing is Byron and Bell, who are 11th to 12th, but both had pit issues. I think we're going to see them cycle forward as well.
I thought it was good. It gave the teams time to do something with it. Instead of rushing in your 25 minutes.
And I like them
that 50-minute block, and everybody's together.
I like them all together because too many times I had to come into a Sunday saying, I'm not sure because he was in the first group. With everybody in the same group, I think it's a little bit more fair to compare.
Well, Brad's one of those drivers that has been asking for more practice.
Kyle Larson is relentless here in this pursuit for the 6th of Brad Keselowski. This is for 6th place. And the 2-time Loudon winner in Brad Keselowski does not want to give it up. We'll keep an eye on that as it's time to go through the field as Kyle Larson makes that pass on Brad. Let's go through the field. Let's start at the top and we kick it off with Marty Snyder. Marty?
Yeah, Lee, we'll try to take you to the top 10 here. Ryan Blaney trying to get back-to-back wins here at New Hampshire. So what's left to fight for in the regular season? Blaney will be very quick to tell you, 2nd in the chase standings. That's what we're fighting for. They are there right now, but just 23 points separate Blaney from 4th place Tyler Reddick. He said there's a lot that we could gain, also a lot we could lose over the next 2 weeks. Dave, New Hampshire win would go into the right category.
Here's what Josh Berry said after he got passed for the lead. Gonna have to make it better if you want to win. When I talked to crew chief Miles Stanley this morning, he said finishing 2nd last year, it stung. Sounds like it stung to Josh Berry too, Marty.
Dave, when I talked to Charles tonight, the crew chief for Bubba Wallace, I said, what do you need today? He said, a solid day. That's all we need. If we have solid days and we quit making mistakes and we can eliminate errors on everyone's part, we look like a completely different team over the last 2 months. This is the kind of run that 23-11 team needed, sitting in 3rd right now, Kim.
And Brian Priest running in that 4th position, primed to earn some solid stage points after earning a few in the first stage as well, and that was their goal. Ryan telling me we can definitely take a big bite into that points difference that SVG has on us. We're coming in with the mindset of trying to go for it all. Realistically, they feel like if they're within 10 to 15 points of that cut line going into Daytona, that they without a doubt have a chance at making the chase. As we move to his teammate, Chris Berger, running in the 5th position. Talked to crew chief Scott Graves, who told me they found some improvements that he liked last weekend at Richmond on their short track program, but they can't hold serve knowing that their short tracks in the playoffs, so they have to keep digging. They tried something a little bit different yesterday in practice, felt good about the car, it had speed, balance was okay, but he said the biggest thing was in traffic, he was very good. The car had maneuverability. Right now, that 17, though, building just a little bit tight, Dave.
Kyle Larson, you saw him take 6. Cliff Daniels told me this morning that yesterday was a typical 5-car Saturday. He said we were a little confused as to what to give the driver or what he wanted. Must have been a good cup of coffee because they have run well today and are running toward the front. And for 7th position now, that is the 6th of Brad Keselowski. You guys just praised him. Actually, Jerry McMullen told me that that driver is very adaptable. As many years as he's run this track, and as many wins as he has, he's not afraid to change his line and make his car better. That's work today for him, Kim.
Ty Gibbs running solidly in the 8th position, despite battling a plowing tight car, so tight in fact. The last run, he said he couldn't do anything. Asked Team Tyler Allen what their goal was over the next 2 races, being that he's 3rd in the chase standings. He said, we just had to clean up those minor mistakes. Remember, last week they finished 15th at Richmond after Ty got a speeding penalty under green. He said those small things add up to a championship. We have to keep doing what we're doing, but at the next level. As we move to his teammate, Denny Hamlin, running in that 9th position. Hamlin having a good day after having to fall from the back. Remember, he was part of that early incident, although didn't get major contact on that 11 car. The goal for this team heading into next week, Chief Chris Gale told me, don't lose 39 points this week so we can walk into next weekend carefree. Don't look now, though, his competition, the 2nd place in the standings, Ryan Blaney, currently at the point that might throw that 11 team, Marty, for a little bit of a loop.
Yeah, the 3rd Gibbs car in a row is Chase Briscoe, who will quickly tell you New Hampshire's been a very difficult track for me to learn over the years, but I couldn't be with a better team than the 19 bunch and James Small. They had so much success here with Martin Truex Jr. They've been trying to recover from that rough pit stop earlier in the day. Right now, sitting in 10th. And a moment ago, he radioed the team. I think I might have a tire going down. The pace has still been in the 19, though. Remember, Lee, they had that tire go down in practice yesterday, but so far he's been okay with 22 to go here in stage 2.
Yeah, running nicely in the top 10, working away at it. It's worthwhile saying, too, that we are over the halfway mark of this race in case weather turned against us. It looks pretty stable right now. It looks really stable for Ryan Blaney out front.
Tell you who you are. What you can't do.
Where you don't belong.
The right people at your side. You write your own story.
You don't wait for success. You chase it. Sharper, tougher, faster. It's every lap.
And when you give everything you've got, you don't just win. You inspire what comes next.
You know, get yourself some more of that protein. Make you big and strong.
All right, we are under a commercial here on the USA Network. Just less than 20 laps to go in stage number 2 with where we're at right now. Ryan Blaney, race leader by about 1.6 seconds over Josh Berry. Bubba Wallace 5 seconds back in 3rd. Ryan Preece 9.4 off the lead in 4th. And Chris Buescher 11.2 seconds off the race lead as he rounds out the top 5 in 5th. First time Ryan Blaney has been able to lead today after starting in 8th. Restarted in 9th. Took him about 80 laps into the stage to take the front spot, but he's led the last 20. He's been pulling away from Josh Berry, who has led for 56 laps today in the 2nd place position and has built up about a 1.5 second lead. Fastest car on track that's on the lead lap pretty consistently has been him. I thought Brad Keselowski might have had some decent speed as well, but actually Kyle Larson has just passed Brad for position on track, and also Keselowski lost a spot to Chris Buescher during the midst of green flag pit stops as well, so Keselowski's now fallen back to 7th. Lap time-wise, Larson ran a 30.953 that last lap. That's still well over 10 slower than Blaney's 30.806 that last time by. At times, Josh Berry, depending on where he catches lap traffic, runs faster lap times than Blaney, just not quite as consistent as the 12 cars. So, again, it's going to be very, very difficult to try to catch him before the finish of this one. We're running out of laps for you to vote for who you think is going to win today's race in our chat poll. 117 votes have been casted so far. Thank you for those that have played along there voting. 50% of you taking somebody other than Bell, Hamlin, or Blaney for the win. Blaney out in front now at 25% of the votes, most of the possible options. And again, he is the leader. Denny Hamlin hasn't led yet, but he is in the top 10. 16% of the votes for him. And Christopher Bell lost some time on pit road earlier. Did lead for a very brief moment. He's at 9% of the votes. He was actually my pick to win today's race at the time being. Bell is in 11th, just outside the top 10, but he has gained 11 positions from the last restart. A lot of those guys back half of the top 10, just outside the top 10, they have moved forward the most from the last restart. Reddick, Byron, Bell, Briscoe, Hamlin, all up 8 or more spots. Just trying to better their track position here by the end of stage 2. Probably looking at 2 more pit stops to make it the rest of the way. For fuel purposes, you can maybe stretch it into 1, but that is going to be where we have maybe some tire strategies going on, because like the likes of Ryan Preece took to not pit during the stage end, run long. He's kept track position. Now he's on somewhat equal tires versus the rest of the field. He's still in 4th. Has anybody tried that strategy for the end of stage 2 into 3? It's going to be a little bit harder for Preece to do that again because he's got less fuel in his car versus everybody else who pitted later into the green flag run of stage 2, but we'll see if anybody else tries it. Preece had a fast car to kind of piggyback off of that strategy call as well, considering he was in 8th at the end of stage number 1. So he had a top 10 car before that, and now he's got a better shot at possibly a top 5 run, and he needs these points. He was 50 points behind Shane Van Gisbergen entering the day. SVG got 2 points in stage 1. Those wet weather tires, he did very good, led some laps early, but kind of fell back as we went to slicks. He is now well outside of the top 10. SVG's in 16th, and he's actually the second to last car in the lead lap at the moment, so trying to hold on to that positioning on track. But Preece could get quite a few points back here. If there's a way that Preece can get within 30 points going into Daytona as the regular season finale, the battle for 16th in points is not going to be over yet. Austin Cindric, who has not had a very good day today, is also in the lead lap, but outside the top 10, so points can be had for Preece versus the 2 as well, and it's looking like it might be a 3-car race for the final 2 spots of the chase next week at Daytona. If Preece can continue this good performance, and we'll go into Daytona next week between Cindric, Van Gisbergen, and Preece. 2 of those 3 will get in. 1 will not. Chastain, who was within a race worth of points entering the day, had drivetrain issue. He dropped out of the race in stage number 1. He's going to end up with the last place finish, unfortunately. That pretty much takes him out of the chase. Drive, Brad Keselowski, and Eric Jones coming into the day mathematically had a shot still as well. Jones has not ran anywhere near the top 10 today and is currently actually outside the top 20 in 27, so it's not looking good for him. And Keselowski may still mathematically have a shot going into next week as he's 7th, looking for stage points here. And again, with Cindric, SVG out of the top 10, he could get something. He's got to be within 75 points after today's race. He's minus 80 as we run right now. Anything can happen at Daytona. You just never know. The big one strikes in stage 1 perhaps and takes some of the bubble drivers out. That could lead to Brad or Preece having to have a good run to get in. And they very well could do that. Preece nearly won a super speedway race, a couple of them at Talladega in the next gen era. And we know Brad's been close to winning as well. RFK did have a win with Chris Buescher in the summer Daytona race a couple years ago. First car lap down is Noah Gragson and Austin Hills. They battle side by side for the free pass position in 18th. Scratch that 17th for right now. Kyle Larson looking to move into the top 5, getting by Chris Buescher, looking better late in the run, and completes the pass off turn 4. So Larson back to 5th. Preece not all that far up ahead. Maybe there's a shot to make another pass there. A lap or Ty Dillon before he catches Preece, perhaps. 6 laps to go in the stage. So we race for lap 185. We did get more rain later, by the way, which we haven't really talked about since the early storm had went through. The race would be official as we have made it past lap 151 at halfway. Eric's still 1.2 seconds off the lead. Lenny just kind of managing his gap right now versus second place. If he can get a couple lap cars between himself and Barry, could help him for pit stops during the stage break. And I think we're going to see a lot of strategy calls at the end of this second stage. I think we're going to see some drivers take right side tires only. Some will take 4. Could maybe possibly need the lead if he takes 4 and have to drive back through the field again. It took him a ways into stage 3 to get to the lead on 4 tires. Actually, no, he was of those that took 2. Looking back on it, I think the first on 4 might have been Bubba Wallace, who had gotten up to 3rd when that initial strategy call was at hand. So 2 tires worked once. I would assume 2 tires is going to win it again. If you're at the front, it's tough to take 4, and then possibly cycling out 6th or 7th or even further back, depending on how many take two. While Blaney and Barry have fast cars, it's still tough to pass at New Hampshire and just really most tracks in the next gen era. But we go to these flatter tracks like this, I feel like you just got to keep track position any means necessary. Only about a second to fall off over the run. 4 to go on the stage. Larson all over Ryan Priest for 4th. Priest caught the lap car. Riley Herbst in a pretty bad spot off turn 4, and Larson's got to run at him. Guys are well off of Wallace for 3rd, about 10 seconds back, so this is probably going to be as far forward as Larson can get here before the stage break. But this can move him up to row 2, so it's an important pass. He's definitely outpacing the 60 at this point in the run. Off the heels of a 6th place finish a week ago for Larson, where he was really quietly in that 6th place spot by the end of Richmond. Double duty, winning the Knoxville Nationals late on Saturday night, and here he is. Pressing forward, looking to keep the momentum riding high. 2 to go, stage 2 for Ryan Blaney. Blaney was able to get a stage win from the pole at Richmond in stage 1 last week. Also won stage 1 at Iowa the week before that from the pole as well. So this will be 3 straight races with a stage win for the 12. Scoring a lot of points as of late as he has vaulted from 4th to 2nd in the standings since the off week. And looking to put bigger distance between himself and 3rd place and try to lock in that number 2 seed if he is too far behind Hamlin after this week to try to chase him for the regular season title. He had to be within 75 points exiting this race. He came in minus 115. He's outpointed Denny so far today, but I don't think he's going to be able to outpoint him by 40 unless Hamlin has an issue in stage 3, considering he's in the top 10. Even if Blaney goes on to win. Green, white checkered flag in the air. So Ryan Blaney, stage 2 winner by about a second and a half here at New Hampshire. Josh Berry 2nd, Bubba Wallace 3rd. For 4th place, it is still going to be Ryan Priest at the line. Kyle Larson gave him a run for his money there, but does not get it. So Larson 5th, Brad Keselowski 6th, Chris Buescher in 7th. 8th for Ty Gibbs, Denny Hamlin 9th, and Christopher Bell will round out the top 10, getting the final stage point. Can anybody best Ryan Blaney? We'll end the chat poll. 130 votes were casted. 50% taking somebody other than Blaney, Hamlin, or Bell for the win. Blaney at 25% after winning stage 2, 16% for Hamlin, 9% for Bell. Thank you for voting, for those that did. Hit the like button on the stream if you haven't done so yet. Our goal is to get above 100 likes in today's stream. And let's see here. So far, we are at only 65. So we got almost 200 concurrent viewers watching. Definitely hit that like button. Try to drive the like counter up. It helps these streams out a ton. We're here every NASCAR race weekend across the top 3 series. And we'll be back for Daytona next Saturday night for the NASCAR Cup race on stream. Coke Zero Sugar 400. Regular season finale. Joe Rochester. Marcia Brighton, thanks for tuning in. Go Blaney. Yep, I got my Blaney gear on. I'm hoping he gets it done here today. Billy Kramer, thanks for tuning in. Anybody watching that IndyCar race in DC today? How did that go? Is it over yet, or are they still racing? They started before the Cup race, so it might be over by now. I also wonder if the rain on the East Coast might have affected that at all as well. I didn't get to watch any of it before NASCAR started. Just look at Kyle Kirkwood. Wins the Freedom 250 in Washington, D.C. Thank you, Chad. How was the race? For anybody that watched. Curious. You get those new street courses, even in IndyCar, and it causes chaos. I remember watching the Nashville one live. This new circuit just causes all sorts of pandemonium, even with these talented drivers that traditionally run road course, street course, open wheel racing in their repertoire more often, obviously, than say on the NASCAR side of things. Still have their growing pains. Well, congratulations to Kyle Kirkwood. Points leader crashed out. Alex Palou, I would assume. I haven't kept up with IndyCar much this year. I watched the Nashville race because it was on a Monday, and I get off of work early enough, so I watched that, and then I watched, obviously, the Indy 500. We did a live commentary for that on Memorial Day weekend, so those have been the only two IndyCar races I've watched this year. Pit road going to be open here shortly. We'll have some live pit stops. And again, probably the second to last of the day, but if stage 3 goes caution free, we shall see how that's going to all kind of play out. It doesn't look like pit road's open this time. We'll wait another lap. I'm going to refresh the page and try to get the stage 2 results on screen. Not there yet. Okay. Because I want to update the top of the screen for points. So Ryan Preece gets 7. SVG and Cindric were both outside the top 10. Gotta find the right page. So again, kind of updating the points at the top of the screen based off of stage points scored today. So 7 for Preece. It cuts it down to 42. 42 there. 47 to the good for Cindric entering this next stage. Now pit road's open.
Open. And here we go. Kim standing by. It's going to get busy, Kimmy.
And Ryan Preece will pit from the 4th position. The only car that came at the front end of that green flag cycle to hang on there on the long run. He just recorded 2 free with the right rear wheel adjust on that, Marty.
Ryan Blaney's front kept more rear drive plate, and they push him back in the stall. They do not get the left front tight to run. Oh, no. It's 2 free on entry late in the run, Dave.
Help coming to Josh Berry in and off the corner. Good 4-tire stop, and he will get ahead of the 12 for the problems that they had.
Oh, boy. Have a look
Well,
at
Ryan
this.
Blaney
Just
fans,
was going so right.
pit crew has fumbled again. It's been a while since they've had a mistake like this in the NASCAR Cup Series season, but they did not get the left front tire on as they dropped the jack, so they had to stop him late in the box, make sure that lug nut was secured, and then the 12 rolls away, but he falls out of the top 10 with that 4-tire stop. Issues maybe taking the 12 out of a shot to win here late at New Hampshire as we start the final stage. He's got a fast car to try to make it up, but we'll have to see exactly where he'll end up restarting here. Once our leaderboard updates, looks like he scored in 14th. That is a 13 position loss on pit road if that is the case. Crazy. Take a break here. You're listening live on KRC. Our full flag-to-flag coverage continues of NASCAR Cup Series racing at New Hampshire. I've not seen a mistake by Blaney's pit crew like this in quite some time this season. That is very, very unfortunate. Probably in the best position, both speed and track position-wise, to win that race going forward. But you still got to execute, and the pit crew did not on that last stop. That's going to open the door up for the likes of Bubba Wallace, who won the race off of pit road. Josh Berry up to second. Kyle Larson now gains a couple spots. He's in third with a shot to win. Ryan Preece fourth. Brad Keselowski fifth. And Chris Buescher sixth. All three RFK Fords there, fourth through sixth in the running order. And yes, Blaney 14th after losing 13 spots on a slow pit stop with the front tire changer. Cassie Stroll, thanks for tuning in. Oh no, Picker. Yeah, oh no. Flashbacks to couple races earlier this year.
Cannot wait. Coke Zero Sugar 400. Going to be a brilliant night, but we've got work to get done here. We've got a lot of fun to have as well because there's still 111 laps to turn in this Dollar Tree 301 in New Hampshire. Oh boy, how quickly things turn for the 12, Steve.
Yeah, this team had pit crew issues early in the year, but they've really cleaned it up. Been clean since Sonoma, but this will make the 9th major mistake for the 12 car. Watch the left front. And the exchange looks okay. I believe what happens is the lug nut that is supposed to stay in the socket is gone. Tire changer takes it off his bolt, starts it, tries to tighten it. It doesn't thread correctly. Then they have to stop the car, jack it back up right there, pause it. You see the lug nut down here in the ground. There you go. Now the tire carrier is going to pick up the lug nut, put it on. You have to jack the car up to tighten the wheel. Result of the calamity drops Blaney all the way back to 14th. Let's listen into the radio.
You're good. You're good.
I'm sorry, Jeff, but they were rough early. I thought they had it cleaned it up. Since Sonoma, they have been crystal clean. 9th big issue of the year, though.
Yeah, it's been really tough. Their rating's very bad. 128 spots lost on pit road this year. It just, it's just so hard to recover from them. On the other side of that, Bubba Wallace came on pit road running third, and he came out with the lead. Bubba Wallace's pit crew is ranked 8th on the year. They would have beat the 21 out. 21 has been ranked about 28th, 29th. So now Bubba Wallace has an opportunity. He's got to take advantage of it. Larson in third. Hey, what do you have on Josh Berry?
They had a great pit stop, Jeff, after a tense conversation between driver and crew chief.
Definitely better on drive. 25 laps on into the run as well. Just watching it. Open it. I'm telling you that we're beating on drive later in the run. He beat us rolling into the corner.
Miles preaching it, and he got the adjustments made on the 21. We'll see how good he is on this run.
A little tense. They really want the victory. And Bubba Wallace is in a great position considering where he was a couple of weeks ago. He's had some opportunities to really shine and it went away from him. So he's like, I'm going to make the most of this and capitalize on this. Has the lead. Ryan Preece, how about the performance of the RFK 60, the Mohawk Ford for the New Englander? Racing at home. He's got his boss and his teammate, Brad Keselowski, right with him, and his other teammate, Chris Buescher. Echo Park, the restart zone. Away we go. Wallace, Berry, diving into turn one. Look at Josh. Bell jumped out of line back there on the third row. Really wraps the bottom. If he can get the power down, it'll be a big gain. Yeah, it's a big move for Bell. Passes an entire row as the front are still side by side. Look at that down the back straight. Bubba Wallace got a great drive off turn 2 and into 3. They're side by side. Berry is determined to keep this lead. Bubba around the outside.
Preece with a big run from behind.
Berry back to the front. Larson's looking at that 60. And he's going to have to look at his rearview mirror as well because Christopher Bell's on a move.
Berry just overdrove the entry into one. Left the bottom open for the 23 of Bubba, and Bubba just could not take advantage of it on the exit of turn 2.
Wow, Tyler Reddick dives on the inside down into turn 3 in that 45 to 3 wide mid-corner. What a great couple of restart laps. Big moves, great driving. These two have found each other numerous times this year. I'm talking about Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson. And here they are again. The yellow and blue Camry. The Zeph machine of Chase Briscoe. He's flying around the outside in 9th at the moment. He goes door to door into 3 with Reddick. Well, the 17 of Buescher is trying to get that 19 up out of the groove. And he's able to do it. Chris Buescher said, I have mixed emotions about this place. I feel like I can do well. I want to do well, but the results aren't there big picture wise. He said, but I felt the same about Richmond until we started getting good results there. So I'd like to turn it around here in Loudon. So far, so good for the driver of the 17. He runs ninth.
Oh, Briscoe sideways in the middle of the corner.
Brad Keselowski takes a look at Ty Gibbs there. Not quite close enough to make that move stick. And here comes Hamlin. Denny is in the top 10. Right behind one of his employees, who he had to come to a grinding halt to right here at the end, or not even at the end of lap 1, 3/4 of a lap through.
Yeah.
In the wet conditions on the wet tires.
Hamlin had a slow stop as well in the last pit stop. Doing a nice job recovering. 12.6 seconds on that pit stop for Hamlin. Most of the leaders had sub 10-second pit stops.
BuildSubmarines.com rear view camera looks at Chris Buescher to the left, Tyler Reddick to the right. There's Hamlin just peeking up the inside. And here comes Ryan Blaney. Remember, he started in 14th. He's made up 2 spots already.
Right behind him, that 4 of Noah Gragson is for the free pass position. Racing Riley Hurst is a few cars back, so Noah's looking pretty good. The 3 front row Fords. Zane Smith's on the lead lap at 16th. Nice run. Gregson 21st. Gillen had a nice day going to start to slip away a little bit. He's back at 23rd. Worth noting, we had a couple cars trying to wave around to get back on the lead lap. That's why there seems to be more. The 48 of Bowman, the 43 of Jones, the 22 of Logano, and the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. All off the nod to pit, waving around, looking for a quick yellow. That puts 20 cars on the lead lap.
Blaney's finally alongside the 19 of Briscoe. Corner entry. Just really sails it down in the corner. He's going to clear Briscoe. Now he's trying to get by the 11.
Jim, I don't know if it's the horsepower increase or the tire change, but way up here, that's a little higher than I expected. But I've seen more cars be able to recover, even that.
Yes.
Recover from running all the way up to what I call the 3rd lane and still have speed on corner exit.
Yeah, I agree. I think that extra horsepower really helps. Oh, contact! The 12 into the back of the 11.
This is going to be fun to watch. What a view on board with Briscoe. I'd love to know what he's thinking.
Oh boy. Oh
Let
boy.
him know. I'm not happy with that.
Caution's out. What's it for?
Yeah.
That's the 77 of Hocevar.
Kosovar again.
What's happened?
That's the 3rd time he spun today.
Gregson racing hard to
Because he spun in the paint slabs when it was wet earlier too.
get that done.
Think about the gamble for the free pass, of course, we just mentioned. Joey Logano continues to fight back on the lead lap. Stenhouse after damage in the wall. Bowman and Jones. Gambles paid off. They all get a lap back.
Great call by Mike Kelly on that 47 with the damage to get back in the lead lap.
Let's find out what happened to Carson Hocevar.
It's loose.
Last 3 weeks have been eventful for this team.
Yeah.
I know that it's a success making the chase, but you really want to enter that chase with some positive momentum. This was that contact. This is actually the 2nd time Blaney got into the back of Hamlin. I saw it a few laps ago. And Hamlin, door to door. Hey, buddy, don't appreciate that. But then Blaney right here cuts him some slack. Like, Blaney could have shifted down in there, run the 11 up the racetrack. He says, hey, man, I got it to you. We're going to work this out. We race well together.
Front half of the field, I imagine, to stay out, but the back half could pit. There you go. Bell brings many. Not 10 laps on the tires, but we are only about 3 laps outside of a fuel window. This could be the difference maker. Look at him packing this 11 full of gas. I'm not sure the pit crew is even ready for Denny to come down pit road, Kim.
Yeah, as we just saw Denny Hamlin and now Christopher Bell on pit road.
It's right sides for Christopher Bell as Hamlin wraps up that four-tire top. Ryan Blaney also coming here. Steve, to your point, 97 to go. They can make it to the end of the race from here on fuel. Can the tires make it to the end of the race? That's the question.
Well, we've seen Ryan Preece really care and manage his tyres very well. That was a costly stop for Denny Hamlin.
You Clay, by the way.
Slow stop for the 11 team of Denny Hamlin, going to be dropping him back a little bit further in the running order. To the likes of what happened to Ryan Blaney moments before that. I don't think everybody came to pit road that time. So we'll have to see who stayed out on the racetrack. That is definitely not going to be able to make it on fuel to the end. And it is going to be very close for those that just pit as to whether or not they will be able to make it on fuel the rest of the way without having to pit again. And if it stays green to the end of the race, that is really going to be a deciding factor in the finish of this race. It's that weird point of getting the caution just a few laps outside the fuel window. I've seen enough times with this next-gen car that teams have been able to stretch the fuel window better than others and make it in a situation like this. I don't like the fact that staying out on the track, it's tough to give up that track position, but man, if you stayed out here, I don't think you're going to win. I like the strategy call Christopher Bell and the 20 team took. Looks like Ryan Blaney came to pit road as well. I think the top 9 stayed on the racetrack. Christopher Bell won the race off pit road in 10th place. Would be the highest in the running order of those that topped off on fuel. So ultimately, Bell only loses a couple positions, and now he's in a much better fuel position than everybody else ahead of him. And he may now be in the best position to try to win this race. Alternate strategy at Richmond didn't go well last week, but maybe this week an upside at New Hampshire. $95 laps to go in the race from where we're at right now.
Inside the Dollar Tree Camry with Eric Jones at the Dollar Tree 301, presented by Toyota. Wow. We've got 95 to go in this stage, in this race. How is it going to play out? Well, it's not playing out the way that Denny Hamlin hoped, that's for sure. No, Denny Hamlin stops at his pit stall, only the 4th one on pit road. Gas man's ready. Everybody else is on a lunch break or miscommunication. I'm not sure what happened with the 11 car. So let's listen into the 11.
Ready. A lot. 808. On.
Never see somebody copying one another. And then right there, cost the 11. It seemed like the 11 driver had a plan. And I'm not sure what the crew chief's plan was because I don't have their cheat sheet. But the pit crew, the crew chief, and the driver were on 3 separate plans, or at least 2 separate plans, and it cost the 11 some track position that they have worked most of the day to gain. Now they are 17th. In a good position because they can make it on fuel, but they are the 6th of the cars that can make it on fuel. Bell starting 10th on 2 tires, Byron on 11th on 4 are the 2 cars leading the pack that I think can make it to the finish.
All right, now I need you to exhale.
I can't. It's the dumbest thing every single week. I have an idea. If 10 will change 4 tires, this is way outside the box.
Say, it's it change 4
tires. And it's not just the 11. It's up and down pit road. I understand why they do it with technology and scanners, but the communication is so important. It's frustrating when the miscommunication happens.
You have to admit the positive is that an enchilada would be pretty good right now.
Yeah, steak, chicken, they didn't know even what to order. They were totally lost on what the enchilada was.
It was churros.
I mean, that's for dessert.
Marty, what you got?
Real quick one to update you on Chase Elliott. He said he's having a water temp issue. It will spike very quickly. Talked to Bobby Dell from the Hendrick engine department. He said there definitely is an issue. It's coming down under caution, but it could be a problem later for Chase Elliott.
Toyota Camry XSE pace car leaves the racing surface. We're ready to get back to it here. Josh Berry is in a pretty special space at the moment. He has never been in the top 5 this many laps in a race in his Cup career, and he's led the most laps this race, and he leads the field. But here comes Wallace. Wallace on the inside. Keselowski's in the mix. Gibbs is there. Ryan Priest, the 60 that runs third. Reddick makes a big move on the inside of Keselowski down into 3.
Oh, man. Tight race between the 21 and the 23. Barry got a great restart, but Bubba Wallace is battling back.
Ford versus Toyota. Back into turn 1. Wallace at the front. Berry, Priest, Larson, Gibbs, Reddick, and Keselowski. And then you pick up Hamlin and Blaney. The 11 and the 12 are side by side. They're fighting over 13th place.
Trying to be the first car that can make it to the end on fuel. I know it's 91 laps away and the tires will fall off. Another yellow will absolutely probably bring guys in for fresh tires. But right now, Bell in that 20 car is leading that pack as Wallace and Berry run 1-2 in the race. On board with Bell right here. Oh, nice little move right there to the outside of the 45.
Yeah, just trying to get position. Just trying to put the 45 in a position where he can't throttle up on corner exit. It wasn't the fastest way to make a lap time, but it's a way to make a pass.
These guys are so good. They're all so good with their racecraft.
He's gotten hung up a little bit on this restart.
So Bell gets Reddick, who did not pit. And everybody else ahead as Blaney goes to the inside of Chase Briscoe. So Wallace and Berry and Priest and Larson and Gibbs and Keselowski, they all stayed out. Bell, who runs 7th, first one who pitted on that particular cycle. Watch how far that Ream 20 Toyota Camry can go. Keselowski's the next one on his list. We ride with Brad. It's been a super day for RFK and the 3 Fords, but how's it going to work out? Bell to the inside. While up front, Wallace and Berry are still going at it. There's nothing between those guys. Look to the next turn. Down into 3.
We saw this battle a little while ago. Blaney versus Briscoe. It took Blaney quite a while to get by Briscoe. I think Blaney's faster, but Briscoe does a really nice job of running that second and third lane. Watch Blaney right here. He's going to have to just send it down in there. Briscoe too smart for him. Pitches him off, runs that second lane right on his door.
They both pitted at the same time.
It's going to be a little risky for the 12.
1-on-1. And that's for 10th place.
I love what Briscoe's doing right here. Enters the corner really low. Keeps the 12 car pitched off. Man, it takes a lot of trust to do that. You have to understand and believe. Big move. Battle for the lead also.
Bottom box, 3 wide. Briscoe down low. In the middle is William Byron and Tyler Reddick on the outside. I thought they were going to touch there. And now Blaney has a shot.
Does Byron know he's 3 wide? He's not. He might be. Top of the screen, the last 2 laps, Barry has definitely found a little something at 3 and 4.
Briscoe is one of the most difficult drivers to pass on restarts.
That fight you see between Briscoe and Byron, that's at the bottom of the top 10. 8th, 9th, and 10th, Reddick. Briscoe and Byron.
All these new tires are not giving them the advantage they were hoping for.
Yeah, only 10 laps fresher. I completely understand why Bell took 2. Now, I also understand why all these cars pitted. They needed the fuel to make it to the finish, and they thought 4 tires, even if it doesn't benefit now, Jeff, maybe that left rear, they want to have that fresh left rear as we run. We haven't really run, we haven't put 90 laps on a set of tires. We had a 97-lap run, but there was a green flag cycle in the middle.
You saw Christopher Bell earlier working on Brad Keselowski. He is by him and cleared him. He's away. Bell entering turn 3, working his way through, is now on the back of Ty Gibbs for 5th, his teammate from JGR.
This is the first time since we got on dry tires that I've seen a car that can keep pace with the 21 or the 12.
Yeah.
The 21 is, I think, a little bit quicker, but Bubba Wallace doing a nice job of running his line.
I know there's a long way to go. There's still 83 laps left in this race, but updating you on the points, down near the cut line for the chase, Shane Van Gisbergen in that 16th and final place. It has been a huge day for Ryan Preece. He has turned a 50-point deficit. At the moment as they run, he's trimmed it to 29. That's huge.
You just don't need as much luck at Daytona. You know, you think you might be able to get 29 by out running, score some stage points, run in the top 10, both stages, top 10 of the race. You can see that that's a possibility.
Yeah, SVG is not having a bad day.
No.
You know, he's not having a bad day, but just not good enough.
Blaney starting to inch his way back in. He's to the inside of the 24. Can he gas it up and clear the 24 on corner exit? I think he will now.
Finally has it.
Yes.
But it took forever to make it happen. And look at the track position he's lost.
Let's talk more about Josh Berry with Dave.
He stayed out as well as Bubba Wallace. Remember, he was, and he told us through, it fired off really well. So it's kind of ironic that Bubba passed him on the restart. But remember that tense conversation the driver and crew chief of the 21 had? It was about you are better longer in the run. Steve talked about a good long run company right now. And you can see him right there. He's testing Bubba Wallace. He's getting closer as the laps add.
Sorry, I was going to say it's great information. And I was comparing to the 12. It's like a new player now to the 23. I'm not sure he knows or even I know what the 23 is going to look like into this long run.
As Blaney executes that move on Tyler Reddick. Remember, the defending race winner restarted off. Contact between Berry and Wallace.
Well, that'll do it.
Josh Berry is fired up today on the radio and behind the wheel.
See if there's payback. He's close enough to if he wants to.
That was
Berry went to the apron. He was playing defense.
He's there
Knowing
again.
contact was coming.
It's getting
Here
tight.
comes Bubba.
Tight
He
battle
says,
for the
"Okay, I
lead.
can play like that too if you like."
It's bringing Priest
In the
into it.
background is Ryan Preece. All three of these cars on the same strategy. Last pitted lap 189 for 4 tires. And again, almost contact between Berry and Wallace. And Preece has a front row view of this.
They're slowing each other down a ton. Blaney back to 7th, by the way.
He inches in on this battle.
Look at that move by Priest. Berry gave him the outside, thinking he would not be able to go there, and he just took it from him.
Priest to
Taking it
2nd.
another level here
What
today,
a
Ryan
battle up
Preece.
at the front of
There
the
you go.
field.
Example, a lot of fans are at home are like, be more aggressive, be more aggressive. The 21 moves the 23 out of the way. The 23 says, not having it. It ends up costing Josh Berry a position.
Oh, and the
And
wall
we got
is
a crash.
reversed. Caution.
Oh!
That is
Connor
nasty.
Zillich piling in.
Big hit by Zilich.
Zilich could not get slowed down. He had front tires locked up trying to avoid it.
Yikes.
This is down in between turns 3 and 4. That's Connor Zilic. Wrong place, wrong time.
Safety personnel got there. AMR safety team got there as quickly as I've seen. I mean, they rolled fast to get to this 35 car Riley Herbst.
Man, a lot of damage on that turn. Yeah. Whew, that lead was heating up.
Good to see the wind in that down.
It's Michael McDowell in the 71 Delaware Light car. They're fighting over position there.
It's a big hit.
That is a huge hit.
And took another one
Impacts
there at the
this
end.
racetrack are always big, and that's gosh. McDowell drives in the corner. Actually, it feels like Herbst comes down on him. Gosh, look at that, Steve.
That is a big, big hit. Yeah, contact early in the corner, and then the 71 up the track, definitely into the 35. And then here comes the 88, very late, but the tires are locked up. I'm not sure what happened to the 88. Whether we didn't see it, got the front tires locked up. Pit road may remain closed now that we have the 88 on the apron. One of the later impacts. Not sure exactly what information the 88 had.
That was the view from Austin Dillon.
I just wonder if Zilich is on the straight, right, and he can't see it happening just from the angle that he is. You know, they were kind of high when they entered the corner, so he just wasn't able to see it.
Riley climbs out.
Boy, that was a thunderous hit.
See, right here, corner entry, Herbst looks like he's trying to get to the second or third lane, and McDowell is not expecting him to be there. Now they're kind of both out of control.
There is the impact, and we've got another angle to show you. Have a look and have a listen to how nasty this was for Riley Herbst.
And then if we looked at that replay again, the 88 was behind the 3, and he had the front tires locked up and smoking. So I don't know if the 3 lifted and it caught Connor off guard. He got the brake pressure up with the tires locked up, but he was coming into the watch the wreck first. Wreck's gonna happen. So now at the top of the screen here, coming into play right now, you're gonna see right here. Pause that right there. Look at the 88. He's behind the 3, and the front tires are already smoking. So I'm not sure if he's just caught off guard. Well, the pit road is busy. Everybody to the pit road, Kim.
And crew chief Derek Finley for Ryan Priest said, I don't like our options, but we can make it here on tires and fuel. Ryan saying, let's do it. Let's make the stop and just let me drive. Marty.
That'll work for Bubba Wallace about the contact from Josh Terry. He told his team, I'm just trying to manage my runs. Whatever you do, don't make my center too tight, man.
Josh Ferry said the car was a little tight center. Saw something on the left little plane there. Not sure about that. The 5-car of Kyle Larson balance was fine, but it got hard to manage the exit like a light switch.
2 tires win the race off pit road for Blaney, Byron, Briscoe, Logano, and Zane Smith. We'll kind of see what type of run we have to the end to see if 2 or 4 pay off on board with Zilich.
Oof. A big hit against the wall and clipping the left front for Zilich on the front bumper of the 35 of Riley Herbst as he was unable to miss the incident. Could be the 9th DNF of the year for Zilich if he's not able to continue. And as for the battle up at the front of the field, boy, was that a great one right before the caution came out between the likes of Bubba Wallace, Josh Berry, and Ryan Priest, bringing others in company. Slingshot moves, some bump and runs between the 23 and 21, and caution quickly comes out. That crash for Herbst off the front bumper of Michael McDowell in a tight battle in the middle of the pack leads for more pit stops. And because we just saw drivers come on, take 4 fresh tires, top off on fuel, Ryan Blaney, less fuel to take to make it to the end, went right sides only, and after that slow 4-tire stop that dropped him back to 14th, he is now in the lead, and we'll see what's going to work out, whether it's going to be 2 tires versus 4. I believe Bubba Wallace was the first off pit road of those that took 4 tires. He will be in 6th. The top 5 all took right side tires only, and enough fuel that they were able to make it to the finish. So Ryan Blaney will be the leader, William Byron 2nd, Chase Briscoe 3rd, Joey Logano 4th, Zane Smith will be 5th, Bubba Wallace 6th, Ryan Priest 7th, Ty Gibbs 8th, Kyle Larson 9th, Christopher Bell will round out the top 10. Redemption for Blaney. I would say that the right side tires, of anybody who took right sides only versus 4, the 12 may be the best option to go for the win of that, considering he did win stage 2 on right sides only. He has the speed to back it up. And as for Joey Logano in that 22, right sides only leapfrogs a ton on pit road. He is now 4th place. Don't count Logano out of it after being a lap down even early in stage 3 before the last caution was able to get the free pass. And it's another Penske Ford in a short flat oval, and he's been the one that's won the last couple out of the Penske cars. We'll see if we can get it done again today. We're at 76 likes on stream. Our goal is to get above 100, so be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. We have almost 250 concurrent viewers watching. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. We're live for NASCAR, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Truck Series, and obviously Cup Series races every weekend right here on the channel. Daytona next week. We'll see how this is going to be. First for the finish at New Hampshire today, Ryan Blaney back in the lead. I'll take us to the finish of this one. I was actually eating the rest of my lunch as of the last probably 20 to 30 laps. That's why I had the camera turned off for a little bit. But we're back. Again, I will take you to the finish. We have about 71 laps to go at the start-finish line under caution this time. Field not quite doubled up yet, I don't believe. Probably going to come to the choose this time. Bye. Fuel not an issue anymore. It was going to be tight for those that pitted just before the last caution, so they came in topped off just to be safe. Nobody stayed out on the pit lane, and it looks like teams that have had slow stops at the front of the field today, we saw the 24, the 20, the 11, the 12, all had problems on pit road. Now the 21 of Josh Berry, it looks like, had an issue, and they lost a bunch of pit stops, a bunch of spots on pit road as well. So just a slow stop, it looked like, for the 21, unfortunately, after battling for the lead for quite some time. Blaney outside of row 1. Byron will be inside of row number 1 for the next restart. Would be the last one of the day. And a very long green flag run to the end of stage 2. Still got 30 cars on the lead lap. And both Herbst and Zilich are off the racetrack following this crash, so it looks like they'll be done for the day. Austin Dillon had an issue earlier, but he is back on track 19 laps down. And then Ross Chastain, the drivetrain issue back at stage 1, has been done for a while. Nemechek had damage from an earlier spin on wet weather tires. There are some dark clouds in the distance. And I don't know if that's rain that is looming in. There were supposed to be some late showers in the afternoon. If it does happen, I don't think we're going to get the track anywhere close to dry to finish this race. So maybe we aren't racing to the scheduled distance of this one either, which is going to throw another wrench in the strategy. We should be within, I'd say, 30 to 40 minutes of the finish of this one. But if the rain comes a little earlier, we may not be racing the final 72 laps. Could be less than that. But we are past the halfway mark, obviously, so race will be official here today. Ryan Blaney, William Byron, front row. A couple of good restarts early in stage 3 for others. We'll see how this one stacks up in the front of the pack as the green flag is back in the air. Nearly 4 wide in the back half of the top 10 as they head for the exit of turn 2. Up at the front of the field, Ryan Blaney clear. 3 wide for second between Briscoe, Byron, and Wallace unable to hold on the inside. Now it's Briscoe and Byron battling for second with Chase Briscoe taking that spot away from the 24. Merging off the exit of turn number 4, single file are the top 5 in the running order. Can anybody on 4 fresh tires maybe race their way to the front? Joey Logano, who took 2, getting bypassed by a couple drivers who took 4. Ryan Preece and Christopher Bell being those 2 drivers getting by the 22 car on the backstretch. 69 laps to go for Blaney up at the front of the field. Somebody locking their tires up on the bottom, trying to make a dive. Oh, and into the wall. Somebody's tire came off. It's Byron's as it now runs across the wall. I saw smoke off in the distance. And William Byron, I believe his left rear tire came off the race car as he was entering turn number 3 and hits hard into the outside wall just a couple laps into the restart. Tire's still rolling all the way down the front stretch now. That was a massive hit for Byron. He's trying to drive away on 3 tires. Going to have a hard time trying to get back to pit road, but it looks like he's going to be able to do it. It was a great day for the 24 car. He had been top 10 all race. Top 5 for a lot of it as well. And now a crash after another pit road blunder by a top team today. And actually the second one for the 24 team. They were trying to come back from a penalty earlier when they had the wedge adjuster stuck in the back of the race car. Had to come back down pit road to get that out. And now this. Left rear tire coming off the race car, and around he goes. Surprised it stayed on there for as long as it did. They were green for almost 2 full laps before the tire came off. Not to mention all the caution laps ran before that. And it's going to rack them and stack them again. And now the first on fresh tires, Ryan Preece, is up to 5th place. With only Blaney, Briscoe, Wallace, and Smith ahead. Actually, Bubba might have taken 4. I think Bubba did take 4 on that last stop. He was the first on 4 tires to get up as high as he did in the running order. Only Blaney and Briscoe trying to hold on at the front. stacking the field back up again here. It's going to be interesting. Now, there has been a heat cycle in the drivers on 4 fresh tires, so maybe not as much of an advantage on this restart than the one prior, but we shall see. Just going to have to wait and let time play out exactly who's going to be in the best position here to win this race and get that lobster. I saw earlier on X, I think Jordan Bianchi had posted the lobster for the race winner. 55-pound lobster. Big boy. To the race winner. Blaney trying to get it done 2 years in a row. Remember Dale Jr. on his podcast last year, he named it Larry too. Larry the Lobster. It's a good name for it. Straight out of SpongeBob. Yeah, Wallace took 4. So did Priest and Bell. Barry is 4th of those that took 4 tires. Top 6 right now. Ryan Blaney leads. Chase Briscoe 2nd. Bubba Wallace 3rd. Zane Smith 4th. Ryan Priest 5th. And Christopher Bell 6th. 1st, 2nd, 4th on 2 tires. 3rd, 5th, 6th on 4 fresh Goodyears. And, I was talking about potential looming weather. Just to make sure that's a factor, or if it is a factor, I'm actually going to check the Weather Channel app real quick, see what's going on here for Loudon, New Hampshire. Earlier in the day, I saw that there was supposed to be potential storms later. It looks like hour by hour forecast wise, 20% or below for the rest of the daylight hours in New Hampshire. So I think we're going to be good to make it to the finish here. If it does rain in New Hampshire, it's not going to be until after dark. So we will get to the finish, it appears. Everybody racing for lap 301, and maybe even beyond that if we see overtime. Had 2 overtimes in the Craftsman Truck Series race yesterday. Allergic to lobster. Took 2 ER visits to figure that out. I don't know. Dang. I wonder what they would have to give you if you won this race, Dean. Couldn't give you a lobster. I love seafood. I don't know what I would do with a live lobster though. I'm just saying. It's interesting. Maybe I keep it as a pet. Get a fish tank and then at that point I would name it like Dale Jr. did last year on his podcast. Field doubled up. Briscoe Blaney will be on the front row again, just as they were the last restart. Briscoe on the inside and Blaney up high. We'll see if Chase had learned anything to try to hang on with the 12 car. Got on trying to cycle out to a little bit better of a day. Restarted in 4th, but fell back to 7th pretty quickly on that little dash and having only right side tires. It's going to be tough for Joey to get back in contention here, but thought for a brief moment he might have had a shot. Miraculously, Ryan Priest has had a fantastic day. Priest is able to win today. That would get him a huge jump in points. Came in minus 50. Outscored SVG in stages by 8 and by Cindric. He outscored him by 10 points in the stages. If he wins, that's a 55-point day. SVG outside of the top 15. Cindric currently 19th, so he could have a massive game. Green flag back in the air. Priest trying to block Christopher Bell down into turn one. A little contact as they get hung up on one another. While Briscoe and Blaney up at the front of the field, they're still side by side for the lead. Priest might get out of turn three with the third place position. Hanging in there with Bubba Wallace. And they are racing each other just as hard as the front runners are, knowing how tight Blaney and Briscoe are door to door. Blaney leads that lap of the line. Briscoe with a nose out in front into the braking zone in turn one, but Blaney drives it in so much deeper than the 19. Middle off, who can get the center drive? It looks like advantage 12, but still not clear as Briscoe hangs on the left rear corner panel, now down the back straightaway. Side draft, pulls him back. And still side by side between Priest and Wallace for third as well. Briscoe's not had the pace the 12 cars had today, but if he can get in front, get that clean air advantage, what can that do for him with about 60 laps to go? Tightly door to door that time through the center of 1 and 2, and maybe a little bit of contact between the front runners. Briscoe, a masterful job on the inside, and probably a lesser car to Blaney is putting up a fight. Big wiggle in the middle of 3 and 4, though, and that time Blaney's able to clear with a slight mistake by Briscoe after running side by side for almost 3 laps consecutively. Blaney leads by several car lengths into turns 1 and 2 and trying to stretch the advantage out before a possibility of the likes of Wallace and Priest on fresh right side and left side tires to try to run them both down. Bubba Wallace won the battle for third on Ryan Priest. He now is looking to make a pass on Briscoe for second, still a few car lengths off. Is one Toyota to the other, and Christopher Bell back in the top 5 to 5th. At one of his better tracks has not led since very, very early in the race. And I'm talking like wet weather tires early in this one was the first and only time Christopher Bell was able to lead today. Actually, no, he drove up to second. It looks like Bell has not led a lap yet in this race. 56 laps led for Blaney, 22 for Wallace, 17 for Priest, 18 for Larson. Josh Berry still had the most laps today with 73. 30 for Shane Van Gisbergen. And 26 for William Byron are the 6 drivers to lead at least 1 lap. Again, Berry with the most. Blaney second most. Blaney stage 2 winner. Stage 1 win. Way back when. Trying to remember who ended up getting that. There's nobody at the front of the field now. Looking back through the running order just to refresh my brain. I think I got to look back into this. Who won stage 1? It feels like it was so long ago. Kyle Larson. Yeah, Larson won stage 1. That is a shocker for New Hampshire. That Hendrick Motorsports car looked that good that early. But yeah, Larson was... I mean, he's been great all day. He's had a solid day, not only leading laps, but has been up inside the top 7 or 8 the entire race. No matter the track conditions. And he's still in 6th. Bubba Wallace to second, getting by Chase Briscoe. Briscoe for now still in 3rd. Now is the top 5 run. Blaney leads by a second over Wallace. 2.5 to Chase Briscoe in 3rd. Ryan Priest 1.7 seconds back in 4th. Christopher Bell 1.9 off the lead in 5th. 55 laps to go. Monitor lap times between the 12 and the 23, now that the 23 only has the leader in front of him. 9 cautions today, 7 for incident. Actually, had a cop yellow earlier, so 6 of them for incident. 3 of them in this final stage, 15 lead changes, 51 laps of yellow out of 248 laps complete so far. Blaney a little bit quicker than Wallace that last lap still. Briscoe loses a couple positions to Priest and Bell. Briscoe now back to 5th. Of the drivers that are actually inside the top 5, all of them would be the worst starting race winner in the next gen era at New Hampshire. All 4 races we've had so far, the winner started in the top 5. All of the top 5 currently started 6th or worse. And only 2 of them started in the top 10. That was Blaney and Bell. Wallace started 23rd, Priest 18th, and Briscoe 17th. Not something that you always see here at New Hampshire. USA Network's leaderboard for some reason showing Austin Hill. It's the leader. I don't know why it's doing that. I like how they just completely, now the leaderboard's not even on the screen. They probably noticed that there was a major graphic error there, so they're just going to take it down for now until they get everything resorted. There we go. Now they got it back up, and Blaney back in that top spot again. Josh Berry looking to get back into 5th. Trying to come from behind as he looks to get by his former teammate Briscoe from the SHR days. Berry so fast around the bottom. It's door to door for Briscoe. Everybody searching for every little bit of speed they can. So both drivers just hustling their race cars off turn 2. Berry slams the door shut on Briscoe off turn 4. I didn't even think he was clear when he moved up, but apparently he was. Barely enough for him to complete the pass. Didn't look like it really slowed Briscoe down any. And really, of the drivers who took right side tires, only Ryan Blaney, the only one holding on right now. Everybody else is falling out of the top 5. Zane Smith back to 10th. Joey Logano is on that strategy now back to 13th. Slide job by Larson runs Briscoe up out of the groove and Larson to 6th. Eric Jones slow on the racetrack. Rounding the apron off the exit of turn 2 and trying to make his way back to pit road. Not a good day for the Dollar Tree Toyotas at Legacy Motor Club in the Dollar Tree 301. Mechanical issue here for Jones. Nemechek spun in the wet weather tires earlier, got involved in a crash, and actually was involved in an incident in the truck race yesterday as well. Both of them off the lead lap now, outside the top 30. We'll just have to see if Jones can make it back onto pit road. Right now it is looking that way. He's on the access road, well down to the bottom of the track through 3 and 4. So he's out of the racing line. NASCAR should keep it green as long as he doesn't stall out completely. Christopher Bell, Ryan Priest battle for 3rd. Bell looking strong late. I haven't seen the speed out of Bubba Wallace that can compete consistently with Ryan Blaney. Now that Blaney's got that little bit of a gap, might take a caution and another restart to give Wallace a more prone opportunity to get by the 12. But if Bell can make a pass on Priest and put together some good laps, he's still got time to catch up from a 3-second deficit. Priest trying to hold on for every point he can. Matters so much right now for Ryan Priest. Points as they run. It looks like he is, I think it says 26 on the USA Network graphic. 26 points as they run below the cut line. On Shane Van Gisbergen, SVG just made a pass that last lap, so now it's 27. But he came into the day minus 50. So the fact that Priest has nearly cut that in half 1 week, and with Daytona a week away, it is very possible that those guys could go out there. And that 60 team is not out of a chase contention yet. They finished this off. They've done their job for 1 week. But man, if they get a late race restart, he's able to somehow get that car to victory lane. That's going to be another 15-point jump. Plus a couple more because he's in 3rd. Another reason why he's so desperately trying to hold on to 3rd. Spot ahead in the running order could get him that much closer of a chance on a late race restart, especially if The top two cars run door to door like we've seen several times already in restarts today. The problem for Preece is he was side by side for well too long with Bubba Wallace, and Wallace ended up also winning that battle, so Preece could be in second. Since Wallace got by him, though, Preece has not been able to keep the pace up of the 23 car. They have about a 2-second gap between them. And Preece is definitely holding up both Bell and Josh Berry behind him right now. They're almost 4 seconds off the lead, and they've lost almost a second in time just in the last 3 or 4 laps. Blaney out to a 2-second advantage. The number of laps led last year for Blaney in this race was 116. If he were to lead from now to the finish, he would lead around that many laps, as he's at 72 right now with 41 laps to go. A little bit less, but in the ballpark. Side-by-side commercial break on the USA Network. Christopher Bell again searches to the inside of Ryan Preece. Preece wins the race back to the gasnet wider line, still clear by about 2 car lengths off of turn 4. Still trying to hustle the bottom. Preece not wanting to give up the outside lane, going to make the pass even more difficult for Bell. Action cars just so equal. It's not even as much a dirty air problem at this point, considering that Bell is faster. He's running the inside line in clean air versus Preece. He just cannot make the pass. A speed difference from one car versus another to have a pass so much more easier. I mean, you got to be significantly quicker. And that's why when we see races with high tire fall off, that's more prone to happen later in the run than a track like New Hampshire. Although Goodyear brought a different tire this weekend, there's higher horsepower. There's still only a second of fall off over a full tire stand, which really isn't a lot. And most of that fall off is on the right side tires, because we got a guy like Ryan Blaney who won stage 2 taking rights only, and here he is rights only now, and he's still the fastest car on track consistently. 38 to go this time by for the driver of the number 12. It's a long stretch to hope that it stays green the rest of the way, though, and that's going to be obviously his best opportunity to get the race win today. He doesn't need there to be another caution. And on a track that's difficult to pass, if it is possible for cars to get alongside one another, a very tight nose to tail, it's very easy for maybe an over-aggressive move to have one car take out another and cause that spin, cause that accident that could end up bringing us a late yellow. Wallace has timed his restarts out pretty well up in the front of the field so far. That would be a tough test for Blaney to hold him off. I wouldn't say that of Ryan Blaney's strong suits in racing and here in the Cup Series have been restarts late in the race. I feel like if I had to pick between Wallace and Blaney, I'd almost say Wallace is the better restarter. And probably has to be the hungriest driver of the two to try to go for a win, considering he's still winless this season. Over 700 laps led on the season for Ryan Blaney after today's, he was at 708 actually entering today's race. Second most on the year. If he leads to the end, he'll be up over 800, and he'll be closing in on Denny Hamlin for the most laps led this season. John Barber, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I'm just getting back to that. That is very much appreciated. Race quit instead of rage quit. I very much appreciate that, John. Thank you so much. Longtime viewer of the channel. Bell a lot closer to the inside of Preece. He is there. Through turns 3 and 4, we'll see if he can actually complete the pass this time. Exit of the corner, he does not, but he is door to door down the back straightaway. Maybe a better passing opportunity into turns 3 and 4. Both drivers are in deep. Preece washes up the track. Oh boy, Josh Berry up the middle between both cars. That might have allowed for Bell to complete the pass on Preece, and somehow Berry squeezed into a hole that I didn't think was there. But it made for his quickest pass attempt to get by Preece. You could tell Berry's hungry. I mean, he has been strong all day today. second most laps led. Fell behind on a pit stop, a slow one. One of many drivers that have that problem, but it's just so late in the race for him to come back from. But he's doing his best. I mean, talk about a late race restart situation. Maybe Josh Berry has a shot to win this thing still. Especially if he gets by Bell, who's right there in front of him. Now that Bell and Berry are clear of Ryan Preece, obviously they have each other to battle, but again, we'll monitor lap times between the two of them and see where they're at in comparison to the top two cars on track. And Berry now to the inside of Christopher Bell, trying to make quick work of him. And Berry will complete the pass as Josh Berry, maybe the best car on track late. Definitely seems the most hungriest, and he's making the boldest maneuvers of anybody I've seen in recent laps. Josh Berry to third. He's finished top 3 in his first 2 starts at New Hampshire, and here he is third again in his third career start in the Cup Series at this track. He's got a huge deficit, though, 5.2 seconds off of the lead. This will be his first lap clean air in front of the 20 car. So when they get back to the start-finish line, we'll compare that to the leader. Blaney, that last lap, still a few hundreds faster than Bubba Wallace. And Josh Berry about a 1/10 of a second faster than Ryan Blaney with 31 laps to go. The problem is with being about a being about a 1/10 of a second faster. At this much of a deficit, 5 seconds off the lead, that is not going to be enough time mathematically to catch Ryan Blaney. He may catch Bubba Wallace for second, but I don't think he's going to catch Blaney. He's going to have to hope Blaney makes a mistake or two more than that, and or Berry's going to have to find even that much more speed to try to run down the 12. It's going to be very difficult. And obviously, we saw how aggressive Berry was earlier in the race with the bump and run on Bubba Wallace to take the lead when he did. A slide job on Ryan Preece at one point earlier when they were battling for position on one of the earlier green flag runs in this final stage. I would soon believe that he would use the bumper in a race win situation or a restart late. Run the 12 car up the track, restart inside of row 1 and see what happens there. He's racing for a ride next year. And he is racing for his NASCAR career at this point. And you never know when an opportunity could be the last to win at any level. And maybe this could be his last real shot to win in the NASCAR Cup Series. Logano battles back to chase Briscoe, as Briscoe's lost so much ground on those older left side tires. It felt like he was in the top 5 not that long ago. Now he's in 14th. Logano 13th after making the pass on the 19 car. Shout out to some underdog drivers. Obviously, Josh Berry has been in the top 5 and led a bunch of laps today. Preece has had a good day, but also want to give shout outs to Zane Smith and Noah Gregson, both in the top 10 for Front Row Motorsports. They got 2 cars up there, 9th and 10th in the late going. So we'll see if they can click those good runs along as well. 5 Fords up inside the top 10. 4 Toyotas. Only Chevy in the top 10 is Larson in 5th. And the next closest Chevy to Larson in 5th is Carson Hocevar in 15th. Somehow, after spinning not once, not twice, but 3 times today. If you count the pace laps in the wet weather conditions way back before the race started a few hours ago, Hocevar spun 3 times. And I thought he had damage after the second spin he had, which would have been the first in the race after contact with Connor Zilch. Apparently not enough to take him out of it. Trying to fight and salvage the best position he could possibly get in the finish. So Josh Berry is the quickest car on the racetrack late. He has still about a 3-second deficit to Bubba Wallace. There's lap traffic upcoming for Ryan Blaney. If there is any hope and Josh Berry had a 1/10 or 2 seconds a lap faster than the leader could catch him, it would be because lap traffic is going to slow this leader down. Because there are still 24 laps to go, so there is time to get there. And there's quite a bit of lap traffic in front of Blaney. It's not just a car, too. It's spaced out. They're kind of clustered together. He's going to have to move off that outer line to more than likely make these passes. Red boxes that pop up on the interval. I think that's if there's a change for position, maybe. One lap versus the next. I'll have to see it again. Or, like, if it's a red box, maybe they've lost time to the driver ahead of them or the leader. I haven't paid enough attention to that. I apologize. Well, Josh Berry, 3.6 back. The good news is for Berry right now, he has not caught any lap traffic yet. Blaney has, so that's allowing him to catch Blaney a little bit quicker. But every lap car that Blaney puts in the rearview mirror, that's another car Josh Berry and Bubba Wallace have to pass as well. But again, it stays great at the end of the race. It's going to be between Blaney and Berry 2 years in a row at New Hampshire. In both years, Berry, the aggressor late, will be the one to try to have to make the pass on the 12. Stu had a good battle back in stage 2 for the lead. At that point in the race, Blaney just a little bit better than Berry. Was able to make a pass, pull away from him, win the second stage. Berry having those fresher left side tires versus on equal right side tires only at stage 2. Is that the difference here with how good both race cars are? Looked like Josh Berry got a little bit up out of the groove at turns 3 and 4 that time. Didn't really wrap the seam. He just kind of got the right side tires above it a bit. Blaney's making very good work of these lap cars in front of him. I mean, there's at least 4 or 5 lap cars plus the second place car, Bubba Wallace, between the 12 and the 21. The lead is down to 3.3 seconds. 19 laps to go around the magic mile. Ryan Preece, by the way, has fallen to 6th. Mentioned about Larson getting up into the top 5, but Preece still trying to hold on to a top 10. And Zane Smith, who was up in the top 10 a little bit ago, has fallen back a couple spots to 12th. Gregson's still up there in 10th place, though. Front row. Chase Elliott's poor day continues. He just lost the lead lap to Blaney. Elliott in 26th, the first car 1 lap down. Seen some Hendrick cars run well today. Byron, before the tire came off, causing the last caution on a restart. And then Kyle Larson's been up in the top 10 all day long and looking at a top 5. Had a stage win, so it's going to be a solid points day for Larson. Maybe get him back into the race to try to get a top 5 regular season points finish at Daytona next week. And as for Ryan Blaney, if he can hold on and win, may still have a mathematical shot at the regular season championship at Daytona versus Denny Hamlin next week. Just have to see where Denny ends up finishing, but he's lost some time on pit road as well. He's not been able to make it up like Blaney, but currently Hamlin in 8th. Picked up 4 spots since the last restart. Berry's still 3.4 seconds back since Josh Berry got to lap traffic. Same lap traffic that obviously our leader, the 12 of Blaney, has passed. They've been running very similar lap times. If I'm not mistaken, I think this would be the first track that Ryan Blaney has won at 2 years in a row in his Cup career outside of Talladega. So of the non-super speedways, this will be the first time he's gone back-to-back at the same track. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. But I believe that's true. Won the 2019 fall race at Dega and then the 2020 spring race. It's the only time I can remember him winning back-to-back at a track. All's trying to put together good runs late. Josh Berry now within 3 seconds of the lead. He's only 1 second off of Bubba Wallace per second. Still 14 laps to go. I know Blaney's doing good for himself right now, but I don't think these laps are winding down quick enough for him yet. He wants that checkered flag as soon as possible. We're at 99 likes on stream, by the way. Trying to get up over 100 is our goal, so be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. So we're in the closing laps. Stay tuned in after the checkered flag. We'll have a interview with the race winner of today's race, and then we'll go through the full field finishing results as well. As of right now, the way they run with about 15, a little less than that, laps to go. Ryan Blaney leads, Bubba Wallace is second, Josh Berry third, Christopher Bell fourth, Kyle Larson in fifth. Sixth is Ryan Preece, Ty Gibbs seventh, Denny Hamlin eighth, ninth is Tyler Reddick and Noah Gragson in 10th. 11th for Brad Keselowski, Austin Cindric 12th, Zane Smith 13th, Joey Logano 14th, and 15th is Carson Hocevar. Chris Buescher 17th, 16th is Chris Buescher, 17th Alex Bowman, Michael McDowell 18th, Daniel Suarez 19th, Shane Van Gisbergen 20th, 21st Todd Gilliland, Cole Custer 22nd, AJ Allmendinger 23rd, Chase Briscoe now 24th, second to last car in the lead lap, Austin Hill 25th, Chase Elliott first car lap down in 26th, Ty Dillon 27th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 28th, Cody Ware 29th, William Byron still on track but 5 laps down in 30th. Jonathan Nemechek 31st, Austin Dillon 32nd, and DNFs for 33rd on back in the running order. 33rd place finish for Eric Jones, 34th Riley Herbst, Connor Zillich 35th, 36th for Ross Chastain, Tough Trackhouse finishing 35th and 36th on the grid here today at the 88 and the 1 as their struggles continue with those two programs. Bubba Wallace putting together a late surge in the midst of the lap traffic. I think Chase Briscoe held up Ryan Blaney a bit. One Toyota maybe aiding another. Austin Hill never an easy pass. Ryan Blaney trying to get by him to the inside, and all of a sudden, Walls is within a second of the race leader. Briscoe way up the racetrack, and Walls is going to have a huge run on him on the backstretch, blow by. So Walls within a second of the leader. Josh Berry 1.7 seconds back. 9 laps to go for Ryan Blaney at the line. And there's still a lot of lap traffic the 12 is likely going to catch. Berry getting by Briscoe on the front stretch. Austin Hill still in between the 23 and the 12 at the front. Berry actually a little bit closer to Wallace. But they are both all of a sudden running a bit quicker than Ryan Blaney. I do think that Briscoe slowed Blaney down quite a bit, and that's why Wallace had such a huge gain a couple laps ago. I mean, he was about a half a second quicker than Blaney. Looking at the tail end of the lead lap, there's no more Toyotas outside the top 20 that can slow Blaney up that is going to lose a lap. Actually, the next closest car in the lead lap to Blaney is 9th place Tyler Reddick. So I don't think that's going to happen again. Bit of a wiggle off turn 2 for Berry. A little bit of added pressure, though, for the 12. If you didn't have any starting to lead into him before that. Still 4 lap cars, even though it's not a manufacturer game anymore, that still could alter the lap time of the leader. Six laps, 6 miles to go. Bubba Wallace maybe 4 or 5 car lengths off of the race lead. Lost a little bit in the back half of the corner. He's definitely driving the entry harder than the 12 car. Blaney able to stabilize straightaway speed, but Wallace a little bit more grip in the front half of the turn. Blaney trying to get to the outside of the first lap car he catches. He'll do so off turn 2. Maybe counted Bubba Wallace out of it and thought Josh Berry was the next closest to Blaney, but considering position-wise, Wallace has held on to second. He still has a shot. Cole Custer in the 41 will be the next lapper in front of Blaney. 5 laps to go. Blaney will go to the bottom of the racetrack here. Wallace, middle groove. Going to be much quicker, I believe, rounding the corner through turns 1 and 2. Blaney cannot get clear of Custer off turn 2. That definitely held him up a bit. And we'll have to shoot down into turn 3 to get by the 41. Big lockup of the front tires by Wallace. He overdrives the corner into turn 3 and loses a ton of ground to the 12. That was a huge lockup. I'm surprised he didn't lose more time, to be completely honest. Quick downshift. He got back into it again. He's still within a half a second of the leader. I thought he lost more time than he did. He was well up out of the groove. Now he has to pass Custer himself. Blaney's got the next lap car he's working on. Blows by the next lapper through 3 and 4. I believe that was the 38 of Todd Gilliland. Zane Smith. No, it couldn't have been Smith. I don't think he's fallen that far back in the running order. It was Gilliland in the 34. Just lost it. Shane Van Gisbergen now last car in the lead lap. He gets passed by Blaney through 1 and 2. Barely clear was Ryan Blaney. Lead is a little bit more than 5 car lengths on the entry for Bubba Wallace into 3 and 4, but he made a huge dive, got the tires to grip up that time, and does clear Shane Van Gisbergen. No more lap cars between the top 2, at least at this moment, but the gap is anywhere between 6 to 8 car lengths with less than 2 laps to go. Josh Berry, less than a second and a half off the lead, still about 8/10 behind Wallace in 3rd. And a couple lap cars between the 23 and the 21. Carson Hocevar in the 77, bottom of the racetrack. Blaney gets by on the outside. Bubba Wallace looking to do the same. Wallace maybe overdrove the corner again. Not as bad as a couple laps ago, but he loses ground. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go for Ryan Blaney at New Hampshire. Wallace has been just sailing it off into the corner these last couple times. I think he's going to be a little too far back, though, to try to get to Blaney's bumper. And that is probably going to be all she wrote. No more lap cars in the way of the 12. Final time through turns 3 and 4. Ryan Blaney will get his 3rd win of the 2026 season. Back-to-back at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And closing in on a 2nd place points finish here in the regular season as he ends up winning the Dollar Tree 301. One-two finish for Blaney and Bubba. 2 best friends, about a half a second margin of victory in the late going. $115 laps led for Blaney in this year's race in a win. Last year, he won 116. He won Stage 2 last year. He won Stage 2 this year. It was almost a carbon copy statistically for Ryan Blaney 2 years in a row at New Hampshire. The difference was 1 lap led. He had 1 more last year than this season. Bubba Wallace ends up 2nd. Josh Berry 3rd. Christopher Bell 4th. Kyle Larson finishes out the top 5 in 5th. Ty Gibbs 6th. Ryan Preece, oh wow, he fell back a couple spots late there. Denny Hamlin actually ends up 7th. 8th place for Tyler Reddick. Ryan Preece 9th. Noah Gregson 10th. Brad Keselowski 11th. Austin Cindric in 12th. Zane Smith 13th. Joey Logano 14th. And Alex Bowman 15th. 16th for Michael McDowell, Daniel Suarez 17th, Chris Buescher 18th, Carson Hocevar first car lap down in 19th, 20th for Shane Van Gisbergen, Todd Gillen 21st, Cole Custer 22nd, AJ Allmendinger 23rd, Austin Hill 24th, Chase Elliott 25th, Chase Briscoe 26th, Ty Dillon 27th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 28th, Cody Ware 29th, and William Byron 30th. John Nemechek 31st, Austin Dillon 32nd, 4 DNFs today with Eric Jones 33rd, Riley Herbst 34th, Connor Zilch 35th, and Ross choking on my spit. Ross Chastain finishing out last place in 36th. Chastain eliminated from chase contention today. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that only Ryan Preece below the chase cut line has a shot mathematically to make the chase next weekend in Daytona. And the battle for those final spots will be between Cindric, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Ryan Preece, 15th, 16th, and 17th in points. Preece will be within 30 points entering next weekend in the regular season finale. Congratulations, race winner Ryan Blaney. Just got done with the Polish victory lap. A burnout now on the front stretch for Blaney. You don't see that very often. But he's going to give the crowd at New Hampshire 1. Milestone win, 20th career victory for Ryan Blaney in the NASCAR Cup Series. I believe that puts him in a tie with Bobby Labonte on the all-time wins list. Another former NASCAR Cup Series champion. Ahead of the likes of drivers like Ryan Newman, Casey Kane, Greg Biffle, who are just below 20 on the all-time wins list. '20th career win for the 12. And I think he's only 1 or 2 wins off of Terry Labonte. Two-time Cup champion. Ricky Rudd has 23 career victories, so he's closing in on some Hall of Famers.
Ryan, man, I was talking about the rebound. You had the bobble on pit road, but then the great call by your crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, to take 2 tires. But you were the only driver that was able to hang on with 2. How did you do that, especially with how precise you had to be through that lap traffic there at the end?
Yeah, that made it difficult, but no, it was a good call after our issue on pit road. We did 2 at the end to try to hopefully get the lead, and we did. And it was a long run to the end there, the longest run we had, and just try to manage my stuff. And I knew those 4-tire guys would probably pressure me eventually, and Bubba kind of came on pretty hard there, and just tried to manage the lap traffic while also trying to manage the tire and just not make a mistake. But what a cool race! What a fun day starting in the rain. It ended up being a beautiful day. Everybody who came out, I really appreciate it. Thanks for sticking with us, and hope you enjoyed a good race.
1 race to go until the chase starts. You're solidly second in the standings. What does a win now do, just turning up the wick this close to the chase run?
Well, you always want to continue momentum. Team Penske's been on a heck of a tear the last couple months. So props to everybody at Team Penske who's keeping their head down, working hard. Thank you, Menards, Dutch Boy, Ford Racing, Discount Tire, Body Armor, Dex Imaging, the Worth Group, Advanced Auto Parts. Everything for what they do. It's cool to win here 2 in a row. I look forward to getting another lobster.
I was going to say, what are you going to do with the second lobster?
Hang it right up next to the first one.
Ryan Blaney, a winner here at New Hampshire.
As he climbs.
Congratulations, Ryan Blaney, race winner of the Dollar Tree 301 regular season finale next Saturday night at Daytona. I believe will be a 6:30 Eastern start for that one. Let me check just to make sure before we go off the air. Saturday night next week, Daytona, 7 p.m. Sorry, 7 p.m. Eastern. Race will start just after 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Saturday night, Daytona next weekend. Hope to see you for that and much more. Thank you so much, everybody. Congrats. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. We'll be back again next week in Daytona, baby. Book starting at Daytona for the regular season. It has come down to this. It is fastly approaching the end of the season here. 11 weeks to go, and we'll see how this is gonna finish out 2026. See you next time, everybody. Have a good rest of your weekend. See you next week.